Hello, hello. Hey, Cordell. We have Abby here. This is her new morning routine. This is just come sit on my lap, which means that my posture is really bad. Let me try to move a little bit. It's okay. Stay still. Okay. Well, it's still kind of bad. Oh, hey, Matt. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to focus on some cohesion today, which means fleshing some things out and kind of just answering questions, poking holes in things. What do we have here? Make sure we aren't spending too much time on each individual idea. Nice goal as a prototype. There'll be more design after this. Answer questions, flesh out the games, connect everything. Yep, cool. Yeah, this is all the good stuff. Thank you for understanding. Oh yeah. Let me turn it off, Kevin. Kevin, take a look at the video that I hopefully made public. Hang on, does that work? Hey, beforehand. I didn't test this from this account. Yeah, I did. Okay, good. It's a good one. Hey, Advent. Hey, Blum. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna look through this. Let's review what the story is so far. Reviewing for cohesion and what to flesh out. BRB. So the goal is to look through the current story and see how it's feeling so far. So yeah, we had the story beats here. This is our working outline. Okay, architect makes bad games. He lacks confidence and passion. You cycle through playing 2 to 3 games, breaking out of them, finding the architect. At some point, we're going to need the actual dialogue. We need to storyboard the actual dialogue or what's going in the prototype to add some intrigue. I don't know what a demo is going to look like for this game, by the way. Probably need to answer that at some point. Hey, Carlfish. Hey, Leap Your Girl. Hey, Phil M. Your presence is a joke. Hilarious. Uh, what would the demo look like for this game? So, like, how do we give people the impression of the game without ruining things? Maybe it's relatively short. Are you stuck on your notes? Do you need a tutorial for that? I need a broken tutorial for it. I don't want a working one. That's for chumps. Hey Ashish, what are you building? I am making a game called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. We're just doing the game design of it. There's more information in the today command. So right now I'm going to look over the story that I've got set up so far and just see, like, is this compelling enough? Does it have enough chance to shine? And we're going to answer a whole lot of questions today, hopefully. Yeah, I think I have this here in terms of... I just wrote something in like the middle of the night. Where is it? Yeah. Also, I think I mentioned a sequel or something. We could just do a bunch of DLC. Could do a sequel though. Okay, so yeah, you cycle through 2 to 3 games, breaking out of them, finding the architect, getting teleported into new games. If needed, we can have games connect to one another. Yeah, that's another question that I don't have here. In-world questions. Do games connect to one another? Maybe this. Don't I have something about a portal somewhere? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, lots of things we got to figure out. I don't think that's weird. I think a lot of comedy is sourced from some negativity and then looked at through a different lens. Yeah, captions being laggy, it's too bad about that. Yeah. It's probably laggier getting them onto Twitch. I probably still need to look into that. I think the captions are still... Oh, yep, there we go. Maybe watch a VOD and see how bad they are. Take the notes on mostly complete, hand them to Claude Code, ask it to implement a prototype, see what comes out. Yeah, it would be kind of interesting. I think at some point we'll be able to do something like that, or at least close to it. Be a little spooky. Good morning, Xyletics. Kept saying 0 is the result, which doesn't make sense. It's plus 0. That's why. Yeah, that trips you up. Plus and minus 0. Okay, in that time you encounter Sidekick. They mentioned that as long as they've been alive, they've seen 2 other game worlds. They need help leaving this one. Maybe like, yeah, they feel a longing to leave. I do wonder if we need another character. Where is this? Here it is, yeah. Maybe they mention feeling a longing for leaving, even though it's not exactly fun for them. Nah, I kind of already mentioned that. Yeah. Hey, David. Let me find this now. I do kind of like the idea of naming them Sidekick. I wonder if we should come up with a different name. Has been stuck in 3 separate worlds. Doesn't find breaking out fun, but has some intuition that he's losing his sanity by staying in these worlds for too long. Yeah, when it comes to dialogue, we gotta show this, not tell it, of course. Yeah, let me write that down too. Okay. When it comes to dialogue, have we followed show, don't tell? Or Sidekick feeling their soul leaving them? We should express it as excitement to see another agent, which was already the plan. Most likely worse, and others would be like, huh, too? Even weirder, also less successful jokes. I think those things are challenging. And yeah, other people might see it and they might be in denial. Maybe they just totally don't see it. Maybe it's not even happening. It could be any situation. I think yeah, no matter what though, it's difficult. Let's see. Okay, so eventually the architect hears you out for long enough to know that you enjoy the games. Architect is heartened by this. However, they inform you that you can't stay in the real world for too long. This part, I think we could have made this obvious. We probably, so here's what I'm thinking. Let's say, oh, hang on a second. Okay, let's say I should just use this. Oh, wait, that's why I didn't, because the typo thing. All right, we got to figure that out too at some point. Figure out how to stop highlighting of scratch buffers, typos, grammar, when you're not in a project at all. A nice streak, blub. Yeah, so wait, what was I going to say here? Oh, yeah. So, oh my God, the cat's purring so loudly. Kevin. I think it's going to resonate quite a lot with game devs. Yeah, I showed it to Paj, and Paj is like, I don't know if you should make this public, which is why it's unlisted right now. Suppose that we had an outright countdown timer to show how long you could stay in the architect's world. Like, it would make it feel like you're rushed. I think we should just show some effect of being there too long. Your pixels start to fade away. Something like that. Yeah, what does he know anyway? Watch the Carnage Zoo. I don't want to do that. I don't want to stir the pot at all. I'll probably just leave it there. It's a funny joke. Hey, Have. Yeah. Because what's the best case scenario? Whether this video is like super viral and gets a million views. I mean, at that point, it would just be some amount of money. It's not like it's marketing something. Well, I do think it's a funny video, but yeah. Okay. So we should probably write about this too. Where is this? Terms, characters, rules of the world. I'm still not sure about this one. Yeah, this is already answered though. Okay, so real world. Only transfer between worlds when they complete the game or find a flaw that lets them leave. And I guess there's more to it than this. If they could leave at will, then no one would have become NPCs. Okay, so when in the real world, video game characters, or maybe we say it this way, video game characters can't stay in the real world for too long. Maybe they start to fade or have some kind of like pixel decay effect. Rationale, this is just for story reasons. Otherwise, otherwise player could stay with the architect forever. This kind of stops that question from coming up. It's a what's that trope? The hanging lampshades? Is this what it's called? Lampshade hanging. I can't easily turn this off. So I guess I'll never find out what that's about. A writer's trick of dealing with any element of the story that threatens the audience's willing suspension of disbelief, whether very implausible plot development or particularly blatant use of a trope, by calling attention to it, then moving on. Okay, no, this is not quite hanging lampshades. Yeah. It sort of just prevents questions from IRL players wondering why the story went the way it did. Hey, Gleska. You know, the video would make gamers a mega bet. Would it? I don't know if it would necessarily. The backlash I was more worried about is that people would think I was bitter about Skeleseller somehow, which I wrote that script back in January. So I had nothing to be bitter about. You slowly become the sidekick. Only way to retain agency is to leave and reset. Well, I was thinking there are kind of two negatives. So in the game worlds, if you stay for too long, you lose agency. In the real world, if you stay for too long, you die. Or you like cease to exist, maybe. It doesn't have to be die. Just there's some hint that like this is really bad for you. Like even worse than you just becoming a zombie blob. Hey, Goose. Yeah. I.e., it wouldn't be death. It would be ceasing to exist. Okay, so yeah, informing you can't stay in the real world for too long and have to send you to another game. Yeah, sure. Okay, you go through another game only to find your way out. Architects express a surprise. You may be able to help them test all of their games. But what's their motivation for this? So they're just happy to hear that you're having fun at first. Where is it? Yeah, this. Which maybe makes them want to get into game development. I feel like that's the part that's probably interesting here. Maybe this makes them want to make more games, make them make better games, or improve their existing games. They've got to be able to help you in some way, but you don't really have a mission. Also, better games wouldn't make sense with the accepting imperfections. Hmm. I got to think about this. This is a real puzzler. Also, let me post that video on Discord for the people who aren't going to end up looking at it otherwise. I made an April Fool's video. I'll put it like this. I made a special video for today. Okay, there we go. Okay, so up until this point, your goal as an IRL player is to explore more of the game. Your goal as player, as the in-game player, was to have fun, and then you meet the architect and eventually show them that you're having fun. This makes them feel better. And then, yeah, what happens as a result of this? So if you had some objective already, which wasn't just having fun, then the architect could help you with that objective. Yeah, this is where I was saying we might need to introduce a conflict or something along those lines. Maybe it becomes like saving the other characters, in which case we probably need to present this in a different way. Maybe it's saving the NPCs. Well, maybe it's saving the other agents at first, since you would have met Sidekick already. Yes, this could work. Nice leafy girl, yeah. Hey, Pickle. Okay, I really like this. I like this a lot. I think we need to probably write this here. Hey, Atomic. Okay, so note player's goal at this point is to rescue Sidekick and maybe other agents. Player doesn't know how many agents are out there. If they did, maybe they'd want to rescue them all. Mr. Rare Video. Well, that one's on a different channel and is unlisted. So, yeah, that one is not at all easy to find. You need the link for it. So rescue Sidekick, which is why they want to go back into the games. But we need to make that clear, I think. All right, well, let's keep going here. And maybe this is how the architect can help you. Well, how would they help you? They just need to send you in other games. Also, this is how the architect can help you to send you to other games, since you can't necessarily travel to them yourself unless there's a portal. Okay, next up, you wait, where did I write this? Okay, I wrote it there. So there we go. Great. All right. Express surprise how quickly you're doing this. Where is that? I don't think this is necessary. Although this might be what the architect wants. I don't know. I don't think it's what the architect wants. I don't think testing their games is important. So you go through another few before telling the architect that all the characters you encounter seem sort of hollow. Architect explains that he doesn't design the characters. All the ones who had made it here only mocked him for his broken tutorials. How about this? The rare few who made it here only mocked him for his broken tutorials. He always struggled with tutorials. And this is where you've got to start to learn that bad games are killing them. Wait a second. Did I ever reconcile that? You both learn it. In which case, while he was already happy with just making games, he now needs to make better games. You eventually become an architect. Yeah, I still got to think about this. Engine swap? No, I'll still be using Godot. Hey, Franken. Yeah. Well, wait a second. Why is this? Maybe at this point in the story, this can kind of just be an idle observation with seemingly no connection yet. But eventually, see below, you'll find sidekick. What's a synonym for fading? Kind of dying, paling. Okay. More like. Mm, I think fading is probably good. You'll find sidekick fading, and you'll realize, and you'll put it all together, and have a new mission. All right, so you find this, only this time they're practically an NPC. You break them out of this world and bring them to the architect. Architect may need help diagnosing what's wrong since they don't design characters. The real reason is that they were bored by the architect's games. Unfortunately, you two get sent to different worlds on your way back. Maybe ask how many games the architect made, to which they reply hundreds before you vanish into the portal. Or vanish into the next game, I guess. Need real engine. All right, you go through another few games before finding another agent. This is their first world, and they're having a blast. Ah, yeah, and then they realize about the fun. The mission now becomes to help the architect fix some of these games. So while the architect was happy just to know that people were having fun originally, well, he now realizes that this isn't about him. The mission now becomes to help the architect fix some of these games. You would probably need to find some way to go to specific games. Maybe the architect has developed that capability for you. Maybe they're really good at dueling. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. At this point, you're expected to backtrack a bit. Maybe there's a limited selection. There could be some new games in there. As you fix the games, you notice more and more people starting to come to life. As you progress, you're able to stay in the real world longer and longer. You eventually become an architect alongside the architect. All right, I wrote this somewhere else, right? Yeah. Good. Glad to hear, Franken and Hef. Just make sure you get those 3 million wish lists. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that video turned out. The first one that was in that same vein was the hacking tutorial from a long time ago. And that one I did in a total of maybe like 45 minutes. I woke up, I wrote a script, I recorded the video, I put it online. I don't think I did multiple takes or anything. And well, like it had to be longer than that because I had to like set up a desktop and a bunch of other things. But still, it was not a very long video. Whereas this April Fool's one took a lot longer. That was fun. Nice. You bot reporting for duty. Video is genuinely hilarious. Thanks. I just want to bring a smile to people's faces. All right, so what is the answer to this? As you progress, you're able to stay in the real world longer and longer. I guess because you're becoming an architect, but we need to explain that somehow. Yeah, this is a little bit flimsy maybe, but that's kind of it. I like everything else quite a lot. So why are you able to stay in the real world for longer? Maybe it's a combination. Well, I think the real reason is that you're becoming an architect. But wait, how does a game change as you fix them? Maybe this is just for closure and not really for game mechanics. It's like, what is this like? It's like how you can, I don't know. I was gonna compare it to a Zelda game or something. That maybe you could do a dungeon but not actually get the item from it that you need. I think the original Zelda worked that way, but I think it's a good way of it working. Anyway, not. They've been slowly incrementing it over the day. That's pretty funny. Yeah, Casey was talking about that in Discord. So as you fix the games, okay, so like notes, fixing the games is likely more about a joke than about mechanics. The first game needs a solution to the chasm, and you provide high jump boots. Then that game is like solved, and you don't have to go back. Would you have to go back to all of them though? Maybe you don't have to fix all of them. Although, actually, why do you even need to fix these at all? Maybe the architect can't change a game once it's been made. Yeah, maybe that's the. We should probably say that the architect can't modify a shipped game and that you need to find some in-world solution. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. This is like very old video game days of needing to patch by just shipping new hardware. Yeah. Joke then about mechanics. The first game needs a solution to the chasm and you provide high jump boots. Then that game is solved and you don't have to go back. Maybe you don't have to fix all of them. Although, why wouldn't you have to fix all of them? And can we come up with a way for you to fix them all? Like that chickens game, it doesn't even have NPCs. Yeah. Or maybe we throw NPCs into each game so that you can come up with some silly fix. The maximum chickens game could allow the NPCs to eat the crops. That's not really having fun, though. They need to get past what's stuck. They can have fulfillment, agrarian fulfillment. Anything from other games? Yeah. That's part of what I want to talk about, I think, in a little bit. I think there needs to be some kind of like larger inventory, and I think there needs to be backtracking. And I have to figure out how the backtracking manifests. Also, this cat kind of terrifies me. Like, person sitting at desk. Let me show you. So, is there a good picture of this that can kind of show this off? Yeah. So, like, picture in any of these videos, like the cat's on my lap, and then she's like pressing up against the bottom of the desk. So if I were to move my legs up, I would squish her. She seems very comfy. She's like sleeping right now, but I worry about her. Okay, did we answer this one? We answered this, right? Yeah. Since you're becoming an architect yourself, maybe with the ability to patch games from the real world. Yeah. Enclosed space is our cat's best friend. Yeah, but one time she woke up in a start and just like leapt off of my lap and knocked over my monitor. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if she was just spooked at where she was when she woke up or if she got pinched a little bit. So, yeah, I don't want that to happen again. What a good cat. Okay, I think we've answered all of the story questions. So now for the kind of uncomfortable question of how long should this take to play out? In fact, I sort of wonder, like, what's the longest game with the shortest story? So if I picture how long to beat A Link to the Past, this probably, if I had to guess, I'm gonna guess like 8 to 10 hours, 4 to 6 hours. Main story 15. Okay, so 15 hours. And if you think of the story of most old Zelda games, it was Ganon like took the princess. You need to get the Triforce. And then each dungeon maybe has a little more exposition. And that's it, right? there's not very much, but the game is fun. Like, I think this is a fantastic game. And there's enough world and just setting the tone of everything and flavor that I think it's good. So I don't think you need a lot of story necessarily. But I also think that you need something driving the rest of the action. So maybe it'll be clearer once we do this. I'm just a little bit concerned that it's going to be hard to plan this ahead of time. Like, if you think about it, our tools, and we could always add more, is some amount of story, what's written below, and then some number of games, sub games, and some like setting, some world building, I guess. That's what I probably mean to say. Some world building, like NPC dialogue, flavor. Part of that is you feel like you have a bunch of agency. Well, the game is going to be pretty linear still. So as a player, you might not feel like you have agency, but as the character, you have agency. Page said updated 3 hours ago. Which page? Oh, this one? Huh, that's kind of funny, right? I wonder what they updated. Can you see history of a page? I don't know if you can. Whoa, when did they add this? I saw the map here. I didn't realize this was like something you could zoom in on. Wow, that's pretty cool. It says view interactive map. Whoa, what? This must be why it was updated 3 hours ago. Someone must have added something in here maybe? Because like the details of this game were known for the last, whatever, 2 point something decades. Wow, I'm pretty impressed by this. Do they show dungeons at all? I don't think so, right? No. What happens if you click like here? Thieves Town. They have maps of that? Oh, this is on IGN. Does IGN own How Long to Beat? I wonder. Hey, Remy, did I miss the thing? No, it's in the today command. Yeah. Agency in this case is just being able to act on one's own accord. Yeah. I think there's story and there's lore, two different things in my head. I believe a good amount of lore. Little story is sufficient. Yeah. So then I don't think we need to do too much about playwriting the length of the game. We can do what feels right. So here's kind of my concern. If you split the story that we have up into the main parts of it, and let's just do this quickly here instead of finding each individual one. There's going to be like the intro of the game where there's still some intrigue and discovery. And then there's going to be meeting sidekick, meeting the architect. That's part of the intro, I guess. Like befriending the architect. Then, what else did we talk about here? Finding out sidekick is fading. Then finding out NPCs used to be agents. Then fixing games. And then becoming an architect. So if these are the main story beats, we have what? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, something like that. So 7 of these. So now in between any of these, we put N games where N is variable. So it's not like we put 3 between all of them. So maybe it's like intro and then 2 games and then meeting sidekick, and then 2 more games, and so on and so forth. By the end of this, we're gonna have some number of games. Maybe it's 10. If the game doesn't feel long enough, we could up that to 15 or it's 20 or something. But will that change the momentum of the game too much? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So I think we have to play this by ear, but this is one of those very, very difficult things to figure out. So maybe like questions after prototyping. Maybe I'll just make a new section for this. Oh, cat. Hey, Kappa. Oh, I go cat. All right, questions after prototyping. So we can roughly divide the game into story beats and sub games. I don't know why I put quotes around those. The game opens. We have a mix of story and 2 games. Then you eventually befriend the architect after 2 to 3 more games, etc. How does it feel to expand? How does the momentum feel for non-story important games? Should we add more in between the story beats? Yeah. Hey, QQ. Okay. I'm reasonably happy with this. Yeah, I'm reasonably happy with this so far. So we can add more closure to the story somehow. Yeah, so this is talking about the end of the story where you become an architect or like one of the architects. And the way I see this is no matter what I do here, I want to open the game up to DLC or a sequel. So I don't want to tie up all of the loose ends. But there are lots of things you can do when it comes to a world that people like. You can either continue that world, you can advance into the future and have different characters in the same world. You can change the timeline entirely. And I kind of like this route, the change the timeline route. And more specifically, it was what if the architect was evil? Or maybe profit driven or something. Like the games are all about microtransactions and squeezing money out of the player. I think that could make for a pretty cool sequel. Or like I said, DLC. Yeah, I think that could be interesting. So the end of this story could ask a question instead of answering all of the questions. Because, yeah, if you become an architect, I think the natural thing. I think the natural thing to explore would be the world in which that is the newest fact. So, like, well, maybe we should explore that a little bit. What would happen in that case? And I think it's probably like you'd probably fix all the games. You'd probably pretty quickly fix the games. Then maybe you'd make games yourself and realize how the architect lost their passion. Maybe you become the villain and that you're more profit driven. Or maybe you just want to play games yourself. Maybe you join the players in those worlds so you can experience the games alongside them. Since you are already good at that. So I don't think there's much interest there. Maybe you could meet other architects. Maybe that's okay. That's an interesting route. I like that. Like you meet a profit-driven architect and have to make their games, have to like remove monetization from their games. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I like that. I did some planning here. To that end, and the route I was happiest with was, now that you're an architect, you can eventually meet other architects, one of which would be profit driven, and the game would be about removing monetization from those games so that players wouldn't have to be, or like so that NPCs could become agents again. That one would probably be more satirical and possibly more game driven than story driven. Hey, Jay. Stellar video. Thanks. Your moderator is bullying people. Well, there are two head moderators entering, but only one can leave. So you two figure it out. 7TV is messing with the font today. Yeah, I heard about this. I think I don't have 7TV. I think I only have better Twitch TV. So yeah, but I think they changed the font to what, Comic Sans or something. Okay, I think this is decent for closure. Well, I mean, it's not really closure, I guess, if there's an opportunity for another game. But yeah, does it feel okay that at the end of the game you become an architect? Hmm. Maybe you can't fix the games from the real world, so you have to fix them as a player. You meet other agents along the way, some of whom are very wealthy and don't mind the monetization. Yeah. Yeah. There can only be 100 lead moderators here. This town ain't big enough for the 100 of us. So I think the big question is, will the ending that's planned so far feel satisfying for players? Like, one, it's a good ending. Your character, the architect, the sidekick, all the NPCs, like, they're all happy with his outcome, which is not a bad thing. A lot of games end in the correct good ending, the thing you'd expect. Hey, you reunite with a princess, you save the town, you defeated the big bad. That's okay. So yeah, I don't think there's an inherent problem with this. But like, you becoming an architect, it's not much of a twist. Yeah, I think it's like a normal amount of closure. And I think it can pose a question of, yeah, I think that's what we probably do. We should even hint at the DLC below, possibly by showing a preview of a game that has microtransactions. Excuse me. Hey, TJ. Be a gold moderator. They should add different levels. Take a look at the video in the today command if you haven't seen it already in Discord. Wait, what happened here? Hang on one sec. There's a Okay, sorry. All right, what other questions do we have? Can we add more closure to the story? So I think we've answered this. I think this is fine. What happens after you befriend the architect? What's your motivation? Why can't the architect help you in any greater way? So we answered this question. What is the architect actually doing, though? I think that's a real question here. They're only sending you to other game worlds? Hmm. Oh, you don't have to do it now, TJ. It's something time critical. What is the architect doing to help you after you've become friends? They're just sending you to other games, but they can only do so randomly. I guess they eventually work on the ability for you to backtrack. Maybe they could make it clear that they want to help you. Yeah. I think that could be good enough. However, they want to do more and vow to work on figuring something out, which will later become the ability to backtrack from within these worlds. Okay, awesome. That's cohesion. Okay, cool. Yeah. Are any of the games potentially too challenging? If we require a feat of dexterity or speed, some players may not be able to do it. What do we do about this? Could be as simple as a selectable difficulty or some kind of mercy mechanic. So without having the games, it's kind of impossible to say right now. Like you could design Dark Souls such that every enemy has 1 HP and you beat it very quickly and there's no difficulty, or you could design it like how it was designed and it's very tough for a lot of people. And yeah, you could add in difficulty or something, or you could just make it so there was something that one of the more recent Mario games started, and I think probably kept ever since then, which is if you're struggling too much with a particular level, they just make you invincible for a while. And that way, imagine like a little kid trying to play the game and just being stuck on one level for an hour. Like the kid might stop having fun, might get frustrated. It's like, hey, here you go. And they kind of nudge you along. I think that would fit better in this kind of game. Although it would, there's something to be said about story versus stakes. If there's no challenge, that doesn't mean the game isn't fun. Like Animal Crossing is a game with no challenge, right? There's nothing you do that's difficult, but a lot of people still have fun playing it. And I'd argue Skeleseller is kind of the same way. Like people are having fun playing it, but the game's not challenging. It's not supposed to be challenging. So is this game supposed to be challenging? And how many sub games could we even tweak the difficulty? So as an example, suppose at the beginning of the game, there is easy, medium, hard, and some like impossible. And you're like, oh, I want to pick this one. So you pick impossible difficulty, and now it starts you out, and it's like in the platformer game, yeah, we could have enemies like appear and kill you faster or something, but is that fun? I think some people might like that idea. Added some equipment that basically makes you unbeatable just for the people who want to play it purely for the story. Yeah, you know, when they re-released a lot of the old Final Fantasy games, they added in an invincibility option just like directly to the game so that if you didn't like the battling, you could still experience the story like you just mentioned there. So I guess that's something that they've kept moving forward too. And I like that there's a focus on accessibility in games. I think accessibility in a lot of software contexts means things like handling blindness, deafness, color blindness, some kind of physical impairments other than those. Maybe you don't have the use of your fingers or something. So there's some other way to work around this. But in a lot of cases, it's just a difficulty thing. Like this is it's a tale as old as time in video games that there were selectable difficulties or just some harder challenges than others. And just being able to set up a game to easy makes it now playable by more people. So yeah, I do wonder about should we even have a difficulty selector? And what would it mean? And do we design every game with difficulty in mind? Because some of them are going to be jokes. Like I talked about this Maximum Chickens game, which I still find to be a funny idea. So in this game, you'd be growing crops to feed your chickens so that you could eventually have the chickens go attack an adventurer. And it's a joke idea. It's not supposed to be a difficult idea. If you wanted to make it difficult, I think you need to add some way to lose essentially. And this is where not everybody agrees on what even is difficulty. Sometimes it is complex mechanics or some memory intensive thing or a speed or dexterity component. Yeah. Like this is execution, I guess. And sometimes it's doing something easy for a long time. But yeah, I kind of feel like there's not much of a place for it in this game. Hey, Jigenzo. Hey, Taras. What if the architect has split personality or is really into acting, so could match specific world's aesthetics? The architect would have already designed the game, sort of like how I'm making a totally different game right now. So Skeleseller will not look like this new game, but I don't need multiple personalities for that to be the case. So yeah, I don't think they need to have another reason for having different worlds and different aesthetics. Also, we'll be using some asset packs. So like this will naturally look different from the, gritty space shooter game that we have. I don't know if it's going to be gritty, but you get the idea. So yeah, the big questions are, should we have difficult games? Should there be a selector for difficulty? I think this isn't a question we can answer right now. So I think this is like after prototyping. What should we do about, or maybe I'll just write game difficulty. Are games difficult? Is there a difficulty selector? If so, and the game is too difficult for someone, how did they overcome the challenge? Yeah, I guess we don't need the if so. Sure, fine. Yeah, I don't think we can answer this ahead of time. What is it? What is the game length looking like? Is there enough breathing room for everything? I want some short games, some longer games, some stories, some dialogue. Yeah, this is after prototyping. So this is kind of about pacing. Maybe it's worth asking how much it should cost, since that might help determine how long it is. Yeah, this will probably be clear after the prototype too. Because no matter what, I think the next month is going to look probably identical regardless of what I decide in terms of how long should the game be, how much should the game cost. Unless I decided the game should be like 10 minutes long. Then I would just get to working on it. I mean, it's not going to be 10 minutes long. But yeah, then I'd do something different. But the difference between, let's say, like 90 minutes versus 3 hours versus 10 hours, in all of these cases, we have enough work to do where it's still worth prototyping. Which is why I don't think we should answer this now. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. When it comes to dialogue, have we followed show, don't tell? Yeah, this is an as we're prototyping kind of thing. Maybe like story / impact. Yeah. Well, we could plan the dialogue as well. All right, so these are some of the big ones that we have to answer today. Yeah, we have answered quite a lot of these already, though, which is pretty nice. I think most importantly, you need sub 8. What? I'm not sure what you're saying. I think you might have pressed enter too soon, but oh, I see. Sub games that are fun to play. Yeah. I think that's important. I think at least hooking people with a story a little bit is important. I think the comedy is important. But I do think no matter what, at the end of this stuff, we'll have made a game and now it's going to be put it on Steam for sale. And like, how much does it cost? Do players feel like it's worth it? Hey, Magnus. And I'm not trying to come up with this right this second, because as I mentioned, it's not going to change a whole lot unless I determine that it's going to be like a free game or something, which it's not going to be. So, yeah, this is just a question for later. All right, I do want to tackle these. I want to dig into these, but I need to take a break beforehand, and the cat is still sleeping on my lap. I don't know what to do. I want to get up. Yeah, I guess I'll just write the notes down. Oh, wait, she's stirring. Okay, hang on. Can't get up. Cat always wins. Abby, I'm sorry. Abby? Good girl. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna go take a break, and when I come back, we'll continue with this. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello again. I am back. Hopefully I remember to run an ad. Did I? I hope I did. All right, well, I'll close the game. Loving the Day of the Tentacle style avatar. All I remember is the purple tentacle thing from that. But it's supposed to be me. And it's the sprite that Quickie Joe made for me for Skeleseller. Sometimes might play out as a character from the world, like a villain or iconic character, leaning more into parody, satire, comedy edge of the game. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think with these things, a lot of times the way I kind of look at it is there are many routes that can work. And at this point, at least, like I kind of have a direction that I want to go in. I think you need to be very careful with any satire of video game characters too, because one, they need to be popular enough for most of your audience to care. Two, you need to be saying something meaningful enough for them to be like, oh yeah, it's a satire, not just that they look like another character. And then yeah, three, you need to hope that the timelessness of those references remains. So yeah, I'm not saying that it can't work or something. I'm just, it's not necessarily the direction I want to go in. So do games connect to one another? I think the answer pretty much has to be yes. I think the answer has to be yes. Otherwise, every single game would take you back to the real world, which would necessitate advancing the story even after mini game, like micro games, I guess. Oh yeah, yeah. I get you. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that wasn't clear to me originally when you said the split personalities thing. Yeah, the answer has to be yes. That's it. There's nothing else to this. So let's go write this down. Rules of the world. I don't know about this bit here. Yeah, this is mostly for lore. This is not possible. So we should write that down. Maybe game worlds. And maybe write the architect here. The architect cannot change a running game. So the rationale here is if this is something unique that you can do. If they could change a running game, then they wouldn't need you to help them. As an agent slash architect combo. Take care, Kevin. Yeah. Maybe based on how you played other games or random at first. I I don't want the architect to be able to control where you go. He can just like send you back to the game world. So that explains why the games are kind of disconnected. If I want to be really careful about letting players steer things in general, because even with Skeleseller is like 4 hours for story mode, and there are some decisions you can kind of just ignore that really end up hurting you later, and then people get kind of the wrong conclusion about the game. So I think with any game, there's some amount of like let the player choose versus let the game decide for you. In some games, it doesn't really matter, like Tetris. Like, who cares? You know, it's just what level do you start on, pretty much. But yeah, in any sort of story-driven game, are you letting the player choose something? Or are you letting the game decide for them? And then how do you account for players making bad choices? And some games are like, we won't allow it. We'll prevent the bad choices from happening. This is like one option. Another is have some sort of like catch up mechanic. Or yeah, option 3 is just like nudge players, but let them choose in the end. There are other things too that you could do, but hey, scoreline. It's going pretty well. Yeah. Ready to become a game dev. Yeah, I don't want to have to accommodate people picking the wrong things or doing the wrong thing. And I don't think it lessens a game. April Fool? Yeah, the video in the today command. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so games don't games can either well not either or. Games can when leaving a game world, you could end up in either the real world or another game as the game design demands. Rationale, if we hi again. Okay, you can sit on me again. Come over. Good cat. Wanna come sit down? Abby? Okay, good. Okay, so rationale is if we only ever put you in the real world, then every single game, regardless of length, would need some amount of storytelling after it. I think that would actually hurt the pacing. Okay, so that's good. Now, how do you leave each game to either get to the real world or the next game? Do we have a consistent difference between which destination? Like the real world is always directly connected. So how about this? Let's talk about what we have so far. So far, the first game, the platformer, you fall through the world into the real world, meaning they're somehow connected, right? We don't have to do it that way. There could have been a portal at the bottom, but wouldn't that mean that the architect is creating that? Yeah, I think it always has to be through a glitch somehow. Yeah, I think it has to be through a glitch somehow. When leaving a game for the real world, it's always through a glitch. Rationale. Otherwise, this would mean I do not like these bullet points. This has always bugged me. It's when I copy from Markdown that this happens. And changing this is easy, but you need to select all of them. There we go. Oh, and then all the sub ones too. Oh no, now they're whatever. I'm not gonna fix that. Okay. Otherwise, this would mean that the architect added those portals himself, which wouldn't make a lot of sense. And when leaving a game for another game, it's always through a portal. So rationale, this is more for consistency's sake for the player, i.e. to set expectations. Okay, feeling pretty good about that. All right, what else do we have? Do we have a meta inventory? Do we allow backtracking? Oh, that's interesting. I just read this other thing. Okay, let's talk about this other teleportation thing. This game is just a joke. I mean, it's kind of a joke, not an April Fool's one though. Yeah, collision detection and fall through the floor. Yeah, and this is part of what I think is so cool about this. There are a lot of ways that we can subvert expectations and not have it, I don't know, like confuse the player a whole lot. Like, yeah, you fall through the world, but then the camera eventually catches up with you. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of work that we need to do for that stuff. All right, so what was this one? Yeah, it can teleport you in a game. How does he know which one to put you in? So he puts you back in your own world, or so he thinks. But you're special in some way and go to a random world. That should probably be written in story beats somewhere. Did I not write that down? Where is that written? They're unable to choose which one. Okay, no. They inform you you can't stay in the real world for too long and have to send you back into your game. Or so they think. You're special and go into a random game. So that would mean that when Sidekick gets sent back in, that Sidekick gets sent to their world, whatever that is. But they know how to break out of that world, so they get stuck in a loop again, right? Oh my god, okay, wait. This opens up something pretty interesting here. This I have to write down. So this thing about choosing worlds. So if you're special and can go to a random one and find them all fun, Yeah, then it means that other agents aren't special and go to their home world. Which would mean that if they didn't find it fun to begin with, that they'll be stuck there forever. So maybe part of the ending is finding which game each agent belongs in so that they have the most fun. This idea is very, very cool, but it's not really compatible with the stuff I already talked about. Like the thing that I was planning on doing is, hey, these NPCs aren't having fun in their games, so they're just losing their minds. And that we need to fix the games. But it could be that they're just in the wrong game. Like imagine if you yourself like puzzle games but hate shooter games or something like that. And now you're stuck in a shooter game and that's why you've lost your mind. It's like, well, we just transport you to a puzzle game. We don't try to fix the shooter game. Okay, that's a much stronger connection to the rest of the themes. And I think we need to do something like that. Hey, Ty Noodle. Fun times designing the new game. I think it's fun. I think people only have so much of a capacity to enjoy this sort of thing, but like it's a necessity that I have to do. Maybe they're stuck in Action 52 or something. What do you mean? Like the wrong action game? Oh, wait. Oh, is Action 52 the name of a game? Oh, yeah. Unlicensed multi-cart video game. Yeah. How many words does it have already? I'm not sure if this counts it for the entire document or just the current tab, but apparently like 6,000-ish. If I go to this tab, does it change? Oh, it does. Okay, so it's for each tab. So never mind. That's like 17,000 plus another 2,000-ish. So like 19,000. This doesn't really count. So yeah, but like 19,000-ish. So it's a lot. Oh man, I really like this idea. Maybe you fix the games so that they can go to their other worlds. Maybe that's why you're fixing it. Because that could work. All right, let's just add this as a question for now because I have not fully figured this out yet. But so how do we work it out such that the real message is that NPCs need to be in games where they have fun? Like I originally, my currently written message, well, not message, plan is that you fix the games so that the unfun ones become fun. But the real the theme works so much better if it was just a mismatch between players and their games. Does it send the wrong message though? Like if you like, puzzle games, that you should only ever play puzzle games? I guess we're not doing it by genre, we're doing it by specific games. So it might not be that you only should stay in puzzle games, is that you should just find the game that you like, and maybe it ends up being a farming game, and maybe it ends up being a roguelike game or something. Well, we'll think about that in a sec, but that is pretty interesting. What else do I have written here? Yeah, the going to a random... Okay, so I'll write that down too. Does this change the story at all with how you go into a random game every time and not your home world? Maybe the architect is designing characters. Oh, this is so tough. Yeah, this is tough. This is another thing that I find kind of difficult in writing stories is that let's say you have a book that's going to be 10 chapters and you've written 9 of those chapters. And at chapter 10, you're like, oh my God, I thought of a way better way of doing this. Well, now you have to go back and make sure that everything that was cohesive, when you insert this new thing, is now still cohesive. And yeah, that's just quite a challenge. But that's why I try to write down the rationale for why I do some of these things, why I make some of these decisions. All right, well, we have another thing here, which is meta inventory and backtracking. I guess that actually should hold off until I cover the next thing. So do they connect to one another? Yes. This is already answered. So maybe we do have to answer this. Okay. So things I said so far. The architect doesn't design characters. The architect doesn't pick which game world you go to. And you fix the games, which allows NPCs to have fun again. So things I'm proposing, I guess, is the architect might design characters that he thinks are best for the games he's creating. I think that has to be true. Otherwise, why would the architect recognize you? Yeah. How else would the architect... Why is backspacing acting weird? Architect recognize you when you enter their world. And the architect still doesn't get to pick which game world you go to. It's always to your home world, but you're special in that you don't have a home world. Why is that the case? I don't know why that's the case. This guy thinks he can just change his avatar? What is this? Maybe tactic. Bootleg million and one game cartridge where you pick one of those games. The closest we're probably going to get to that is there's a game called Office World, which I find quite funny, where there will be computers in there and you can go play all the like reject games that we came up with. So let's say a game is not all that fun, but we coded it, then we can just throw it on one of these computers. And when you walk up to it, you'll enter that world. And it doesn't lead anywhere else. It just puts you back in the Office World when you're done. I don't know why the idea of calling a game Office World is so funny to me. Maybe because there are a lot of games that end in world already, or like World of Warcraft or something. But the thing that you're doing is like a fun world, a World of Warcraft. Okay, yeah, I'd like to be an adventurer and go fight things. But Office World to me sounds like a supply store. Actually, maybe it is a supply store in real life. Let me search for Office World. It is. Oh, well, I mean, it's still funny as a game idea, but it's... Can you think of Myst like you're the adventurer that just happened to fall into that world? Yeah. Weren't you trapped in that world by some like evil brothers or something? It's been a long time since I've seen the story of that game. I guess you can kind of see it as you were trapped here, but it wasn't with ill intent. And then rather than fixing the games, well, maybe like you fix the games so that NPCs can make it to games where they have fun. This doesn't exactly make sense since the portals would all lead to the next game in the chain. Maybe some NPCs would decide to stay there. NPC that got sentience noticed around him that other NPCs are stuck, repetitive, generally unhappy, found a way to traverse between games, the limited experience of these worlds, sends NPCs to other worlds, thinking he's helping them. So this is kind of squarely in that territory of this could work, but it's kind of incompatible with a bunch of small ideas that I have so far. So someone's got to create these games, and that is the architect. We don't know his backstory, but we do know your backstory. You were created as a video game character that became an architect. So it's possible the architect did that too, and there could be a prequel, I guess. But yeah. Hey, Boolean. Hey, Joseph. Take a look at the today command for what the new game's about. Wonder if there will be an NPC asking, why is this game $10? We can't do that. I don't want to... Just on the pricing thing, I don't fault people for not wanting to buy the game at a certain price or for not finding it worth the price. I think that's normal. That's to be expected. I think there's some amount of like research you have to do before buying a game. And at the end of the day, you can't know for sure. Maybe you play a game and you fall in love with it. And even if it was $100, you're like, wow, that was definitely worth it. And sometimes people will play a game that was $2 and be like, that wasn't worth even the $2. Hi, Joseph on YouTube. maybe some NPCs would decide to stay in a particular one and others would move on. There are some games that don't have portals though. I guess it would be easy enough to just make one. Maybe there's like a second route you'd have to figure out. Also, maybe this is why the architect, the people who would mock him never came back. This is why the people who mocked him never came back. They eventually, well, this is not why. The people who mocked him never came back because they eventually turned into NPCs in their homeworld. Yeah, I like this new idea so much. I've got to work it in, which means we got to go change a lot of stuff. Okay. So then the architect is creating these characters. They're basically a god in this world. All right, architect may need help diagnosing what's wrong since they haven't ever seen agents show up here more than once since they got turned to NPCs. Did I write this anywhere else? Explains that he didn't design them that way. Maybe he sees them as ingrates. Yeah. All right, what else? What else? What else? What else? So this is how they recognize you. So I should probably write that down in rules of the world. The architect designed all of the characters for their games. A major like rationale, I guess this is how they recognize you. Wait a second though, hold on. Yeah, there are a few different pieces of rationale here. This is how they recognize you when you show up in the real world. Although there were other people who showed up in the real world too, and he wasn't like, you're not supposed to be here. I guess he was just angry. Yeah. And then what else do we say here? This is maybe partially why they make new games. So that the people who mocked him hopefully he finds a formula, game formula such that the agents praise him instead of mocking him. And this, the biggest reason, which I don't know why I didn't write yet, this is core to the theme of the NPCs are bored by the games. It's not that the games are broken, it's that they're in the wrong games for them. Yeah. NPC number 137 may love the farming game but hate the platformer. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. This is really good. Okay. Not sure if good rant. Congrats on getting back to making courses for Adam Learns, or just who cares? What free technique? I don't understand this message. Hate the architect, not the game. Am I right? That is right. I've seen the important video message. Yeah, but I don't think I follow how this stems from that. Congrats on getting back to making courses for Adam Learns. Yeah. What else did I miss here? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I posted it on my personal channel. Maybe that's where the confusion was stemming from me, which is not the Adam Learns channel. Wasn't that a mini course on successful game? Yeah. I see it now. Yeah. Hey, Dead Robot. I do know that you're the same person. Yeah, I thought it was something else that I mentioned here. I didn't realize it was just the video content. So why is this the case indeed? Maybe it's because it's the world. Oh, no. That's not the why is this the case. Wait, maybe they lack the ability? So if the architect could pick, then they could fix the problem themselves. That's fine, but still, why do you go to a random one? Maybe because you find all games fun? Doesn't really make sense though, right? Because the other characters didn't go to games that they found fun. Yeah, this doesn't really make sense. Maybe they have to show up here first. Maybe everyone goes to a random one. Okay, yeah, that's probably better. Maybe everyone goes to a random game. But most end up turning into NPCs. But so few enter the real world to be in this situation, since they turn into NPCs eventually. Which new skills did you pick for this new game creation run, Adam? Yeah, common sense, I think. I don't know if you saw, but I actually did do a video on the biggest lessons that I learned. So if you are curious about the serious answer to that question, it's all the things from in here. These are the lessons I feel I learned from making Skeleseller and that I want to carry forward with me. Hey, Din. Hey, Shavero. Hopefully I'll spawn close. Then I can hide money for them. Well, not just money, but like wood, stone, maybe some gold ore. Could be anything. Hi, yeah. Oh, she just wants to sleep, but I want my legs back. What a good cat. Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. Now, where do we put this down? It gives the player some sense of identity of the characters. It'd also be a pretty funny joke to see the main character as a fighter jet inside the real world. This is not really the case. We need some like there is some time travel, but this is not the rationale for it. I'll just say fill this in. We'll come back to that in a bit. Oh, thank you, cat. Thank you. Oh, thanks. I can move. You might just skip the game regardless if we put it in the disclosure. Well, I was thinking of actually having AI be even more prominent in that there could be an AI voiceover. Like I never planned for there to be voice actors for this game. I don't want voice actors for this game. This would just be more of an accessibility option and for people with a short attention span to be like, hey, we can just have it read out the text for you. Because what I've realized is I think dyslexia is much more rampant than I originally thought. I've watched a lot of people play Skeleseller, and this is not a slight at any of these people, but they don't read the sentences with the right words or in the right order and then take the wrong message from it. And I don't think that would happen as much if the lines were read out to them. Yeah. Okay, so the architect cannot pick where uh where game players or game characters go when sending them back to the game world. Everyone goes to a random game, but so few remain agents to be able to re-enter the real world. So the rationale here is if the architect could choose where characters go, then he could presumably fix everything himself. Actually, that's not even true, right? No, that's not true. Then he could send you to each world individually. I don't know. That's actually another question that I have now. Aren't there some inaccessible worlds? Like, the architect created hundreds of games that have NPCs who have now turned into NPCs, but you don't go to all of them. Maybe it's just hinted at. Maybe you do go to all of them. Is that players or streamers? Because I believe streamers all come with a debuff to reading. It's kind of hard to say because a lot of the way that I saw people play was through them making a video, but they weren't all like big streamers or something. But some of them were streamers. Also, the seemingly debuffed reading is likely from them reading lots and lots of chat messages and trying to zip through them. Because I've had that happen to me sometimes. I don't think I had dyslexia, but when I'm reading like something over here, something over there, trying to keep some context in my mind, it's a little bit tough. But I've seen people just focus on like this blob of text and read this totally wrong. And who knows, maybe it's the same thing going on in their heads. ATY, hey Uli. Why waste eye efforts? I like the idea of using an e-reader. I've never liked physical books for two reasons. Well, not never liked them, but the two reasons are one, you need actual light. Sometimes you're in bed and you don't have like a reading light or something small like that. And two is that I'd like to stay laying on one side as I read. And with a book, you need to like either flip the book a little bit or hold it a certain way or turn your whole body. Something I've been trying to quantify with designers at work. Yeah. So anyway, that's all to say that I do think I'm going to expose some like simple AI LLM thing in this game. That's like, it's just a text to speech and you can get the model that works for you and you can turn it off if you want. Hey, Lepchus. Wasn't paying enough attention to notice my mug was upside down. Oh no. Oh no. Hopefully it didn't pour too much. Hey, Jesta. Okay, so we got to get back to this. I have to fill this in here. So how is this? Time would have to pass by faster in game world. So rationale, this is what prevents the architect from making progress too quickly on new games or on a solution for you to be able to backtrack. I poured so much. Oh no. There are a lot of TV shows and movies where there's some food fight scene or some food-based comedy. And the thought that always crosses my mind is, man, how long did this take to clean up afterward? And if it's a set, then it's maybe a little easier. Maybe they have a crew for it. But a lot of times there's just a YouTuber who's doing this in their own home or something. And then, like, what do? They hire professional cleaners? Like, they're probably not cleaning it up themselves, right? There was a channel that, I forgot what it was called, but it was super popular that was just about like destroying things. Like they'd make some food and then they just like, destroy it and then destroy the table that it was on and then destroy all of the little pieces of the table. People probably know what I'm talking about, but I don't remember the name of it. And I don't know, it was just so destructive. That wasn't Mythbusters. Maybe it was How To Basic. Is that what I'm thinking of? It had like a crazy amount of views. Yeah, it was this, I think. Wait, was it this? I was just skimming through a video really fast. Yeah. I don't like that. It just rubs me the wrong way, and yet the view counts are so high that other people must love it. Hey, UB. All right, what else do we have here? So everyone goes to a random game. So I have that written down, right? Cannot pick where game characters go when sending them back to the game world. Everyone goes to a random game, but so few remain agents to be able to re-enter the real world. So this is not even known by the architect. And I guess the lore reason behind this, what is the lore reason behind this? The architect, I don't know. I don't have one yet. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Apparently 1 million from views. Wow. That's crazy. They're too sleepy. Are you saying as a lore reason for why they can't pick where game characters go? I'm not certain this is even important. I'm trying to, like, why did I make this decision? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have made that decision. Is it important that the architect can or can't pick where you go? So if they could pick, then they could keep trying to get NPCs into their correct games. And then player could funnel them back to the real world for another shot at a better game for them. But the architect eventually gives you the ability to backtrack. Wouldn't other players be able to do that too? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe you need to get them here so that they can gain the backtracking ability. Like he's imbuing you, he's not giving the worlds the ability. Maybe the architect is imbuing you with the ability to backtrack. And the goal is to imbue all of the NPCs so that they can find their own worlds. You're only fixing the games insofar as you're allowing NPCs to go to the real world so that they can get the backtracking ability. That doesn't really make sense. We're very close to something here. Very close. Are we Neo? Pretty much. Wow, interesting, Raimi. Yeah. And yeah, congratulations. Is there any news of all the stuff we've been talking about in mentoring and that you've been DMing me about? I don't want to have you share it here necessarily unless you want to. I've only ever heard it. Oh, that's a pretty common problem though. Sometimes only reading a word and not knowing the pronunciation of it, or hearing a word and not knowing the spelling of it. This is what started the entire subreddit Bone Apple Tea, right? Because people were mishearing Bon Appetit. Hmm. We're only fixing the games insofar as you're allowing NPCs to go to the real world so they can get the backtracking ability. But the NPCs aren't agents and can't figure out that they should go somewhere else. Huh. No, but they're not even going to the real world. What am I talking about? They can't go to the real world if the games get fixed, since the glitches are what get them to the real world. Ben, things going on? Okay, yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, this is a lot to keep in my head. So maybe it doesn't matter. They don't get NPCs into their game world, so this doesn't matter, right? They're just sending them somewhere. Then why would you be asking? Okay, let's ask that question. If the architect can pick, why are they sending you to new worlds at all? Is there even a need for backtracking, or does the architect send you to the correct world each time? Because one of the problems with backtracking, and I talked about this before, I picture a Zelda game like one of the traditional ones where you have a bow and arrow, you have bombs, you have a boomerang, you have some other magical stuff that you get. When you unlock a new thing and you come across a puzzle, you just can kind of try all of your items at once. You could be like, all right, does the bow work? No. Does the bombs work? Okay, they did. If it doesn't, you just keep working right down the list. And with games with backtracking, that's sometimes what happens. I think any game where you get items or abilities and backtrack, you either have you have a question of like, can I even do this now? Like maybe there's some item slash ability that I haven't unlocked yet. This is, by the way, kind of a bad thing about some games. Sometimes you can do something and the player doesn't try the exact right thing, so it doesn't work, and they conclude that they can't do it. And then they work through the rest of the game thinking, oh, I thought I couldn't bomb walls because it didn't work the first time, when really they were just a couple pixels off. So that's a question that they have. Or it's like, where do I need to backtrack now? And more importantly, like, where is that place? So every once in a while, you unlock something like in Banjo Tooie, let's say, they have like fire eggs, and maybe you remember, oh, there was a thing I could burn in some level, but you can't remember how to get to that level. You don't remember what level that was. You didn't take a picture of it. Even if you do remember which level, it's like, where in the level is it? So in general, I don't think free backtracking is probably a good thing in this game. The three Bs. I mean, those are pretty common staples in the Zelda games. In fact, I wonder how many did not have those three things in them. Because the very first game had all three. A Link to the Past had all three. Breath of the Wild had all three. Ocarina of Time had all three. Yeah. In fact, if you listed out all of the common items in Zelda games, it'd probably be like these, a sword, a shield. I mean, you could count like the tunic, I guess. I would say actual equipment that you could use. I wonder what else there is. I guess I just only need to think about the first game. Some kind of like heavy lifting gloves were pretty common. Yeah, hook shot. Yeah, strength. Yeah. The instruments, I don't think we're in actually that many, right? Like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, the Wind Waker had a baton. That's not really an instrument. I can't remember. I don't think Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom had them. I think the Game Boy games did, though, in the form of like a harp or a. I think there was something else. Maybe instruments are pretty common. Anyway, yeah. I also had places where it made sense to blow something up, but you had to do it twice, and there was no indication or change after the first one. Yeah, so I kind of want to steer away from backtracking in this game, or at least freeform backtracking. So yeah, why are they sending you to new worlds? Why wouldn't they just send you back to your world the first time? Because they know that you could come back if you did that. Oh, so it could be out of spite the first time. They're sending you to a non-broken world, or what they think is a non-broken world. Then, once you befriend them, why do they send you to new worlds? Well, for that, let's consult the story beats here. So you enjoy the games. The architect is heartened by this. They inform you that you can't stay in the real world and have to send you back into your game. No, they have to send you back to a game world. But wouldn't there be some fear that you get stuck in a new game? Oh, so you could find Sidekick. Maybe that's why. The reason why they... Well, okay, so I should write this down over here too, right? Games connect to one another. Delay. Yeah, we already did this. So note the reason why they're sending you to new worlds is because they believe you're there to mock them and want you to be stuck in another world where you can't criticize them. Yeah. Eventually, the architect hears you out for long enough to know that you enjoy games. Architects are heartened by this. They inform you that you can't stay in the real world for too long and have to send you back to a game world. The reason why they send you to a new one now could be either because you're having fun in the existing ones, because, well, not you had fun in the others, or because they want to help you find Sidekick again, who is lost in some other world that you haven't seen yet. Yeah, I think the second is more compelling. Oh man. Okay. What else? So then backtracking is not a thing, or at least not explicitly. It'd be the architect sending you back to a world because you unlocked something in a different world. I like that idea, but then how does that work? So if only the architect lets you backtrack, then you could still select a game to go to. At some point, the architect just say you can go to any game you want. Yeah, I guess that's possible. I don't know how that should work. Want to let the player backtrack? It. I don't know. I don't think so. I still. Like, they just always send you to the next world that you want to go to, because eventually you'd have. Let me read this. This is very tough. You go through another game. You find your way out. I mean, it could be that the architect unlocks the ability to send you to specific worlds, and up until then, they're only able to send you to a random one. Hmm. Play the I mean, the architect made the games, but they're broken and doesn't know how exactly they're broken. Maybe the architect is discovering the ability to send you to specific locations. At that point, if we feel the need, we could give the player that menu from the real world to choose their game and show like a check mark or something next to completed games. Yeah, maybe there are just icons for worlds where you... No, I don't think that's work. That would be good. Or we could just have the architect pick the next best location. Like, correct location. I feel like players would want the ability to go explore these things. So maybe we just need to minimize this these bits about what's the correct place. I think players would want the ability to explore old worlds. Let us inject more jokes and story. And, well, world building. As a result, we may need to mitigate the downsides I mentioned. Maybe we can make it obvious which worlds are actionable. If you get high jump boots, it may show I don't know, an icon on that world to indicate that you have the solution. You just need to figure out what it is. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, that could work. Maybe you're finding items that need to be identified. That's kind of interesting. Maybe you find items that need to be identified. That way it's not super obvious what the solutions are, and each world can have a way of hiding these items. You find like a treasure chest or something, and the architect opens it with their master key, and it gives you the high jump boots for the platformer. Hey, Saurav, welcome back. Hmm. Yeah, I like that idea. So they can only send you to a random location because they never needed to work this out. Doesn't really make sense there either. Man. All right, well, I should collect up all the questions that I have. Yeah. You fix the game so that NPCs can make it to games where they have fun. Like, you opened the portal. You basically get the NPCs through the portals. The portals lead them to a different game, and you just keep ushering them through until they find something where they have fun. Or, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, so the new way should be that you fix just the broken part so that NPCs can go through the portal and hopefully enjoy the next game. Some will, and they'll become agents again, and others will need to move on through more portals before finding their best fit. Yeah. If they were still broken, then the NPCs would go to the real world, but they would have to go back to a game anyway. And the architect isn't good at choosing where they should be. Retired Android, thanks for the tier 2 resub. That's like 46 months that you're at now. So I appreciate it. Happy almost 4 years. Yeah, so there's still the backtracking thing. The meta inventory pretty much has to happen. Yeah. So How does the story work with backtracking and sending to random worlds? And I haven't answered this yet, right? It's important that the architect can or can't pick where you go. If they could pick, then they can keep trying to get NPCs to their correct games. But NPCs don't end up in the real world. Don't end up in the real world, though. But that would be probably what the player would think of as a solution. That why wouldn't the player usher these NPCs into the broken parts of the world so that they can go to the architect, so that they can get reassigned to different worlds? I think that's what means that they can't. Yeah. The player would just like corral the NPCs into the real world so the architect could eventually find their best fits via trial and error. Maybe that's what happens, but then you're not fixing the game worlds. It's not necessarily a problem. You just wouldn't be fixing the game worlds. I don't even think, maybe that's not an issue. Huh. Okay, that could work. So then the goal of the game at that point would be to get all of the NPCs back into the real world. Which would also fit with the theme better, right? Although it then also obviates this question entirely. Because if you think about it, if these are all immortal beings and all you have is a random chance to go to the correct world, but you have infinite tries at it, it's the same thing as you being able to pick the correct world because they're not going to die. So you just need to keep rolling this chance until you get the right one, which is a guarantee because if there was a chance, then that means that with enough tries, it's going to happen. Interesting. Interesting indeed. All right. So then our most important question is this the best manifestation of the ideas? Like it works with the theme quite well. The games don't require fixing, they require matchmaking. But now the idea of fixing each game in a funny way can't be done. Oh my god, you know, it'd be so funny. Oh, this is such a good idea. I'll just write this down somewhere as long as I'm gonna say. In that tower defense game where the land sinks into the water, we could have NPCs stay there who just like swimming or scuba diving or something. It'd be a funny joke. Multiplayer confirmed. So this can't be done, but what do we lose by this? Just some jokes and maybe the need to backtrack. Like I think we can put all those jokes in the first game. In fact, I loved the idea of a new game plus in this game. So for those who haven't heard this stuff, I'm going to give you enough context to appreciate why I think this is a hilarious joke that I'm about to say. So this game, Stuck in a Broken Tutorial, starts out, there's a platformer, and there's eventually some platform you try to make it to but can't. So you try jumping, well, maybe these aren't here. So you try jumping from like here to here, but it's too long of a jump, and you fall down and you fall through the world, and that's part of this whole broken game idea. So this is what kicked off your whole journey. And a new game plus idea that I had was, what if new game plus is instead of these platforms being far apart, there's a platform in the middle and you jump and you jump and you see the end credits. And then there's new game plus plus. And instead of doing it this way, now there's a box of high jump boots and you can jump all the way over the chasm. And then the next time around, there's actually the world is inverted and these platforms are on, like there's a chasm on the ceiling, but the bottom is filled in. So you can jump down here and then jump up here, and we just keep doing as many ideas as we can come up with until we've exhausted every possible incarnation of this joke. So I think that could be really cool, like a nice little ending for this. And that way we don't need fixes for every single game. So yeah, I think that's what we do. We still have new game plus and plus plus and plus plus plus, where we can do this joke for the first world. Yeah. Okay. Oh. So what's the end result here? That it doesn't matter if they can pick or that they can't pick? New game, hash. So we need to file this stuff. I'm still not totally sure if it makes sense that the architect can pick or not. It doesn't really matter since all of these characters are immortal. What happens if in New Game Plus you still fall into the chasm? The game starts over normal. Well, the idea was that you basically couldn't, or that there's some like Deus Ex Machina thing. Like, let's say there was still a chasm here and you tried jumping into it. The game would just like give you wings and you'd float up and land back on the platform. Because it's more for a joke than it is for like, are you starting a new game? Yeah. Is longer than Skeletor notes. I mean, not across all the design documents, but another thing to consider is that it's really just what ends up in the main document that matters. And right now there's a lot of ideas here that probably shouldn't be there. But the scratch stuff, I've just always written out my thoughts. And for Skeletor, I probably wrote out just as many. I just probably wrote them in VS Code and then never copied them over. Because I don't recall if there were tabs when I started working on Skeletor. There might have been. I don't remember. I think they were pretty new though. But yeah, once tabs became a thing, I started writing my scratch notes in their own tab and not just deleting them. All right, so we got to file this stuff. I'm going to do this after I come back from my break. I'm really, really happy with how today's been going so far. There have been some great ideas. And I think it's important that I really like the idea and that I'm attached to it and that it feels cohesive ahead of time. So I will go take my break. Is it jump time? That'll eventually work. Yeah, stupid delay. It's jump time. Hello, close the game. Okay, so file is stuff. So yeah, did the game launch? Yeah, how'd it go? Yeah, it launched. It is there on Steam. It went pretty well. Reviews are pretty positive. I think we're at, yeah, 238 positive reviews. That's pretty good. Wait, no, that can't be possible, right? Oh, because the total doesn't match the total doesn't match this. But yeah, it's playable, it's buyable. Put it on sale at some point. Hey, Schwartz. Yeah, welcome in Popcorn. Okay, so is it important that the architect can or can't pick where you go? If they could pick, then they can keep trying to get NPCs to their correct games. That's kind of the point. Yeah. Yeah, so I think they should be able to pick because they created all this stuff. I think they should be able to pick because they're the architect. Yeah. All right, this changes a lot though. So maybe before filing this stuff, I should just keep this as a bunch of like vague ideas that I still need to file. Yeah, I'll just write things to file. These aren't even questions. I'm just writing them here for ease. Okay, so the architect can pick where you go. At first, it's out of spite. Later, it's out of trying to help you find sidekick. Even later, it's to help you corral NPCs so that he can assign them to better fits. Or like more suitable fits, I should say. Or what else we have? So now the idea of fixing games isn't important. You just need to get NPCs into the portal. We can still have tons of new game plus jokes for the platformer. Yeah. What else? They can pick where you go. Lore reason, it makes sense since they made the worlds and the characters. Nah, I mean it's yeah, I think it's fine. So then this concept of backtracking isn't an ability that gets unlocked. They're not developing a way to help you. They already have the way to help you. Maybe they can. Okay, maybe what about this? Here's an idea. This kind of fits with everything I was talking about. So maybe there are glitched items in some games. Wait, no, why? This doesn't need to exist anymore though. Well, I'll still write down the idea, but this doesn't make any sense. Glitched items in some games. The architect develops a debugger and you can now identify what these items were supposed to be. The problem is there's no reason for this. I guess that's how this changes everything that we have now is that there's no real way for the architect to help you. Also, none of the story really needs to play out this way at all, does it? And if you realize that NPCs are in the wrong game, well, I guess it's that you still need to go into, yeah, all right. So it's just this is a problem. There's no way for the architect to help you. But technically that's not true. They can still transport you to new worlds. They just don't need anything special in order to do that. And this thing about there being inaccessible worlds. Yeah, like how does computer world make sense? Or rather, how do the games in computer world make sense? Are there not NPCs in there too? Maybe they're devoid of NPCs. Yeah, maybe they are. Does the architect need a way for them to help you? Let me look at this again. Make bad games, lacks confidence and passion. You cycle through playing 2 to 3 of them, breaking out, finding the architect, getting teleported into new games. You're being sent to new worlds because they believe you're there to mock them. Well, new games. And that time you encounter sidekick, they mentioned as long as they've been alive, they've seen 2 other game worlds. They need help leaving this one and feel themselves dwindling in some way. Oh my god, I just love this game idea so much. I think this is so cool. I just need to iron out these details and, do a couple years worth of work or whatever. Just make Tron. I haven't ever seen Tron, so I don't know if I made Tron. Architect hears you out for long enough to know that you enjoy the games. Architect is hardened by this. They inform you that you can't stay in the real world and have to send you back to a game world. The reason why they send you to a new one now could either be because you had fun in the others. Either be... They want to help you find sidekick. The architect can help you to send you to other games since you can't necessarily travel to them yourself unless there's a portal. Or they want to do more and vow to work on figuring something out. Why do they want to do more at this point? Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't care. Like maybe they only like you at this point, but they have no love for any of their other creations. Yeah, I don't think they would care about everyone else. It's like if you had, let's say, I don't know, you went to school and there were 20 other students and 19 of them were bullies and one wasn't, you wouldn't be like, after meeting that one, you wouldn't be like, well, now I love the other 19 people who were bullying me the whole time. You'd be like, no, they still suck. I only like this one person. Yeah, so I don't think this person would vow to do more work. When was Tron made? IMDb Tron. 1982. Huh. Do people feel like this holds up? It's got a 6.7 on IMDb. Oh my god, these. Oh man, we've come a long way with movies. I've never seen Tron, no. Just casually bring up the 19 bullies. Oh, I thought you only had 18. I apparently overplayed my hand there. Must watch, worth a watch. I think a lot of older movies, and I don't know where exactly the cutoff is, maybe 2005, I'd say. Before then, the pacing felt slow, even if it wasn't necessarily slow. And after that, it feels more like modern pacing. And it's kind of interesting to see this. There are a lot of movies from, let's say, the 80s and maybe the 90s too, where it's like they just took their time on some scenes. There wasn't any rush. And I'm not saying every movie is bad. I'm not saying pacing is necessarily a problem, but Tron was, what did I just say, 1982? I wonder if it's going to feel very slow to me. The other problem with watching any other movie, which is old enough, is that every other movie since then has had time to build on it. So I think the original Star Wars had some pretty cool ideas, but they've been parodied a million times. You've seen every other sci-fi movie is built on Star Wars to some extent if it's taking place in space. The things that they learned. It's sort of like how all of Tolkien's fantasy has impacted almost every RPG nowadays. So that when you go back to experience the original, it might still be good, but it's like things have changed a lot since then. Your game isn't like Tron? Okay. Visuals and music are incredible. Huh. Short. Yeah, yeah. Huh. At this point, they would still hate the other game characters that they created, but they may not know. But yeah, they don't know that those characters are husks of themselves. Lord of the Rings was 3 movies of people walking. I guess I could see how people would think the Lord of the Rings movies are slow, especially if they watch the extended editions. But I think those movies are pretty well paced. And I also really like the whole trilogy just to begin with. But yeah, I understand that some people find them slow or uninteresting. With that said, I think it's the highest rated trilogy of all time, right? On IMDb. Lord of the Rings. Yeah, the ratings are 8.9 for the first one, then 8.8, then 9.0. I think they're all in the top 250. In fact, I think they're all in the top like 15 on IMDb. So yeah, I understand it, but most people probably disagree. All right, you go through another game world to find your way out. Maybe it'll help them test all their games. Maybe that it's like a selfish reason. What are they learning from this though? We didn't design them to be jerks either, right? I guess. Explains that I'll just say like he designed them all with personalities and maybe remarks that some used those personalities to complain about the games. Yeah. Give both between the starting film. Give birth. I see. The Lord of the Rings books I felt were very, very slow. I I just it was like everything was being lingered on there. I think some people like that level of detail. I did not appreciate it. I'm trying to figure out what is the architect's motivation here. They don't want you to die, I guess. That's why they're sending you to a new game world. Maybe the architect never even. I mean, this is kind of sinister, but maybe they realized that game characters can't be in the real world, and the people who mocked him, he just left them there. That's a little dark. Yeah, and kind of dark backstory. Perhaps the architect saw a game character fade out of existence and realized that they would rather put them into a game. No, I think it's just ignorance. Yeah. Architect doesn't know this. He just thought he was sending them back to their own games. Why'd he send you to a different game though? No, wait. He has to send everyone to different games. He wouldn't act differently with you for some reason. Yeah, there's a lot of little holes here, I think. That's weird. There's a gap between Free Technics message and Strawn's message. There's just a blank couple of lines. I'll read them anyway. Hey Adam, being sub 10K wishlist. I know you probably won't see this, but I just want to say thank you for that informational video. I restructured everything to do with my game. I hope you liked the video. Thanks for watching it. How are you doing, Camino? How's everything going? It was so good. I feel like it'll really resonate with game developers and maybe people who watch game developers, but I don't think it'll resonate with gamers in particular, and that's why it's unlisted. I was worried they'd think, oh, this sounds entitled or something, or that I'm bitter. Yeah, I wrote the script back in January. I punched it up a little bit based on some more recent thoughts. But yeah, it was mostly written in January. So they never came back because they eventually turned into NPCs in some other world. The architect wouldn't only transport you to new ones. So it has to be that they ended up in a different broken game. But then this whole "you're not supposed to be here" thing. Hmm. There. Fixed. I can't connect all this properly. You are not supposed to be here. I mean, if the architect is still making games, presumably they'd see this happening. I should just write this down. The architect has still been making games, then presumably they'd see agents enter the real world. I did mention that it's rare, but perhaps the true rarity is that you left your world so quickly. Maybe the architect says, "Here already," or like, "You're not supposed to," and teleports you away. I don't know. And each time they see you, it could just be a comment on how quickly you're making it back. Yeah. They see you. It's a comment on how quickly you've made it back. Hey, Quilly. Had a lot of trouble sleeping the past night. Eventually realized it was probably my brain's forced response to an impending April Fool's event orchestrated by you. Yeah, it's in the take command. But yeah, Cavino, I don't know if you heard. How are you doing? How's everything been in Cavino world? And hey, Ramu. And hey, Bacon. Where the architects are trying to send you back to your original game, but there's a glitch that sends people to random games and he doesn't realize it. Then once you let him know about that and he fixes it, then you're able to pick the different games to go into. Yeah, that could potentially work. That could potentially work. That they think they're sending you to your original game. Hmm. Yeah. Got a gameplay trailer, playtest coming up. Tough getting so many people together to record something. Wow, nice. Yeah, I'm excited. It's nice to see everyone else's game dev journey on Twitch. Even though I'm only watching from afar, I feel. Yeah, I'd like to be more in touch, but it's just, man, it is tough. The other thing too is if I ever chat in someone's stream, then I feel like I just erase my productivity for the day. So like now I need to listen to everything they say. What if they're gonna talk to me? So I lurk sometimes in people's streams. Business aspect of it is getting pricey though. Yeah, yeah. There's, yeah. I was gonna say it's either like do everything yourself or it's pay other people to do it, and both have their pros and cons. Eating lunch right now, so it's all good. Yeah, yeah. If I'm eating lunch, it's a little bit different. I've been working on the design for this new game now for about 2.5 days, and it's been going pretty well. I'm very excited by the idea. I think there are a lot of nice themes here, and I also like how the process is going so far. And it's also just nice to get back to game dev. This is maybe something you're feeling right now, but I mentioned it. I don't know if you saw this video, but this is like a 30-minute long video that I did on the lessons I learned. And one of the things I commented on in that video is that toward the end of a game, you're not really doing game dev anymore. There's marketing, there's the trailer stuff, there's, I don't know, like, yeah, bug fixes. I talk about some other things in the video probably, but it doesn't feel like, oh, here's a creative endeavor that I'm excited about. It feels like here's a way to get the creative endeavor I was excited about into the market. And I think one of the problems with this, at least when I was working on a game over the course of 2 years, if you consider that 2-year span of time, so this is 2 years and this is 0 years, when you're roughly here, maybe, you're probably in like launch mode. The issue is that the amount of, like, maybe at least for me, that kind of stress incurred by this part made me not want to continue with this afterward. If this period were smaller, like let's say, I don't know, it was over here and it was like a couple of weeks maybe or something like that, it's like, okay, well, that doesn't burn me out necessarily. But yeah, the farther back you move into marketing mode, the more time you have to get frustrated by it. Maybe the true lesson is to learn to love it. All right, did we answer this? So yeah, I think what Bacon said is a good idea here. So they try to send you back to your original game, but there's a glitch sending you to random ones. Yeah. Stress is massive and telling myself it's just excitement. Yeah, so I tried doing that too. And I think the first or second times for anything, it's easy to have that mentality. So when I made the trailer the first time, it was like, okay, yeah, that was fine. It wasn't too bad. Then the first like revamp of it, I was like, okay, I could do it, yeah, but I was mostly just me applying what I learned the first time. And then the second revamp, and I was probably like this at that point. And it's kind of the same thing with marketing. It's like I did some outreach and I saw some success and I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool. Then I kept doing outreach and I was like, okay, this is really boring. And eventually I just got into a state where I was not having fun. Immersion. And people do stuff you don't like doing. Yeah, yeah. Although I think it's worth building up some expertise in it to some extent. Like, I think even if you hate marketing, you should have tried it for a week or a month or something. You don't need to do it for a year or 10 years, but just a little bit of it to see what is it like? What do I value? What do I want other people to do? Yeah, I saw Project Hail Mary with my wife and some friends, and we loved it. Hey, Vinod. And thanks. Yeah, I try to take quite a lot of notes. Okay, so I like this idea. There's still a lot of things that are kind of up in the air here. Let's go back to the story beats for a second. So the architect makes bad games, lacks confidence and passion. You cycle through 2 to 3 of these, breaking out, finding the architect, getting teleported to new games. Each time he's surprised at how quickly you do this because other agents took much longer and never had repeat visits since they became NPCs. All right, reason why they're sending you new games. Okay, so this is not actually the thing, right? The reason why they're teleporting you out in the first place is because they believe you're there to mock them and want you to be stuck in another world where you can't criticize them. They think they're sending you back to your home world, but there's a glitch. Well, wait a second, then. The glitch needs to be fixed by the time you befriend the architect. No, wait, no. Excuse me. It doesn't need to be fixed. It needs to be pointed out. Right, but then if the worlds aren't getting fixed and they're sending you back to the original world. Oh, God. This is so confusing. Okay, so if they keep sending you back to the same world, why wouldn't other characters keep breaking out in the same way? It's not like these are hidden breakages or glitches. You literally just jump through the world. So they pretty much have to be new worlds. Yeah, I think they have to be. I do like what Bacon suggested. Yeah, I think they have to be new worlds. Yeah, I'm gonna just write this down as things to file. The oh my god, there's just so much to keep track of. Rationale, lore. It makes sense that they can do this. And the actual story reason is if they kept sending characters to the same games, then those characters would break the games in the same ways and just keep reappearing. I feel like it could just be a random world and they all end up getting stuck in different ones. Or some of them actually end up enjoying it. That would make maybe more sense. Might explain why they don't keep coming back. Right. It'd have to be. Wait, hang on a second. Maybe no, hang on. I think I got things backwards. Yeah. It did. They were trying to, but there was a glitch, right? So they did end up in different worlds. Okay. Yeah, I think I misunderstood. The very basic idea that you tried communicating to me. Sorry about that. You liked it, Ryman? Okay. I understand what my original confusion was. All right, so this is way more complex than I originally kind of said here. Being teleported to new games. Okay, so each time the architect is surprised at how quickly you're doing this, he doesn't know that he's actually teleporting you to new games due to a glitch and has never seen the same character twice because he also doesn't know that those agents are becoming NPCs. The reason why they're teleporting you out in the first place is because they believe you're there to mock them and want you to be stuck and want you to like stay back in your own world. And that time you encounter Psychic in one of those games. I haven't looked at Steam sales. Yeah, I have not. Closest thing I came to is looking at steamdb.info because Darkstorm shared the Skeleseller chart because it had spiked around here and he was commenting on it. That was, I think, due to a German YouTuber covering it and then a German Twitch streamer covering it. And then this is probably just like the ripple effect of that. And then since then, it's been going down. So, yeah, I haven't been looking. Why? I got the reason, I think, in the sales command. Yeah. I just don't think it's that important to me. I think the thing it might have changed is like, let's say I looked at it and I mean, based on the number of reviews, this wouldn't happen. But let's say I found out, oh man, I made $1 million or something. Then well, one, I'll definitely find out about this eventually. But then I might change how I approach the monetization of this project, or rather the sort of budget of this project, not monetization, monetization input. Yeah. And yeah, finances aren't dire or anything. So we're still set for making this game. I think the other thing too is if you've been watching the stream for the last maybe 3 months, you can probably see a change in my mentality quite a lot. So time, let's say this is like -3 months and this is today. I should have just written out now because I suck at writing. And this is my like happiness or something like that. Like I think you would have noticed something like this occurring. toward the end of Skeleseller, I went into marketing mode and launch mode, and that like seriously hurt my mood. It's not that it was really bad. It did get to a point where it was pretty bad. Maybe it was more like this and then a steep drop off toward launch. But then there was also a steep pickup after launch. So yeah, if I drew this out correctly, it's probably something more like this. And I don't know. I wrote this poorly, whatever. I think you can hear excitement in my voice again as I talk about the game that I'm working on. And you could originally hear it with Skeleseller, and just launch took a lot out of me. Increase the cost of a cup of coffee to $200. Yes. That would have been a funny joke to put in the video. And not share that. Transparency of other game devs is also hugely important. Is it weird? I think it's nice that some game devs are sharing how much money they made, but I don't think that should be an expectation. I think that should be something that someone can choose to share if they want to. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna, yeah, I don't know. I at least disagree with that part of it. I've been transparent about as much stuff as I'm kind of comfortable being transparent about, but then there's some things I'm not comfortable about. And I don't think I should break my own comfort so that other people, for like an expectation that's kind of just synthetic, can be satisfied. Saved a clip when happiness was an all-time low, so I could eventually come and talk about how we could see you get happier toward the end. Yeah. No, like I said, everything's pretty much normal now. Everything's going pretty well. I'm feeling good again. Hey, Ilhan. What are you looking for with that? Oh, Skeleseller? Yeah, that should work. Difference in grind mode is super noticeable. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I feel bad because I think sharing the ups and downs is kind of part of it. Like if I feared being lower energy on stream, it would probably make me stream a lot less. And then that would probably warp the stream when I am streaming. So, yeah. Okay, so have I written this stuff down? Eventually, the architect hears you out for long enough to know that you enjoy the games. And maybe even that's why you made it back so quickly. Although you wouldn't know that it's fast. They inform you that you can't stay in the real world for too long and have to send you back to a game world anyway, even if they want to be able to answer more of your questions. So they're still sending you to new worlds, send you back to your game world anyway. The word your sticks in your mind because you're not actually going back to your world. Maybe it's not fast. I gotta think about that. Appreciate and admire that you kept on going, so I don't feel bad for our sake. Yeah, I'd like to spread positivity, and it's obviously much harder when I'm not in a great mood. And I know that it did affect some people more negatively than I would have liked. I don't know how common that was. So yeah. Anyway, as far as streaming goes, I don't plan on doing anything like massively different for this new game. So you will probably see something similar happen toward the launch of this game, but it'll be fun until then. It's way more fun than sitting down and coding it for a couple weeks. Yeah, well, even the coding stuff is still fun. It's fun exploring this and figuring it out. It does feel like a lot of work. I will probably use more AI for this project. No one knows anyone anything. It's just a strange arbitrary line to draw. After 24 hours, you can't see this. One other game devs might watch this, and that info is important. I guess anything that I choose to withhold is an arbitrary line, though, right? Well, by the way, what I'm saying is I think it was a mistake to look at it at the 24-hour mark, too. Maybe that part's not clear. Like, I shouldn't have looked, and I shouldn't have shared it. Those are my conclusions from everything I did, because I don't want to focus on this stuff. So when I realized how much this impacted me, I realized, like, I'm not going to do this anymore. I think that's maybe new information that puts a new perspective on it. Also, I think saying that info is important is not actually totally true. I think it's important to some people, but I think a lot of people do game dev because they find it fun. And if you want that information, there are other game devs sharing it. Also, I think you can approximate pretty well usually based on like a review multiplier. Hey, Lammy. Hey, Patrick. In Godot, yeah, it'll still be in Godot. I got more information in this today document that's there. Also lots of resources. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I guess let me phrase it this way. And again, this is not meant as an attack. I still value this sort of feedback. But like, do you think you'd benefit a lot by knowing my sales numbers? Like, is it going to impact you as a game developer? It might, by the way. The answer could be yes. This is not a trick question. And that's why I'm asking. I'm curious to know more about it. But the way I look at it is I'd be one data point. And I think actually a lot of the important data points, and this is something you see a lot in any oversaturated market, is that if this is like the percentile of people, there's a usually like a normal distribution of revenue or of, I don't know, time spent or something like that. But in general, I think a lot of what happens on Twitch and in game dev is that you have the top 1% are the only ones making like any reasonable amount of money. But they're the other 99%. Like on Twitch, what this means is, and I don't know where the cutoff is, there are a ton of streams with 0 viewers. And that's probably the most common. And the next most common is probably having 1 viewer and then 2 viewers. And this probably accounts for, if I just had to guess, like 90% of Twitch, maybe. So to even be in the top 10%, you just need like, maybe not 90%, but to be in the top 10%, you need like 5 or 10 viewers. And now you're in the top 10% of streamers. I think it's kind of the same with game dev, where if you make more than, let's say, $1,000, then you're probably in the top, 10% or 5% of game devs. But you'll probably never get data points on those other. Well, I guess maybe just the data point is knowing the bucket that they fall in. Top 10 streamer, not top 10. I'm saying top 10%. And yes, probably. Congrats on the release. Just now getting a bone. Oh, nice. Yeah, thanks. You hadn't thirst. Thanks, Dollars. Happy Sun Monday Day. All right, here's I to know this. Architects are hard by this. They important you can't stay in the real world for too long. I have to send you back to your game world, even though they want to be able to answer more questions. But from their point of view, you would just break the game again and come back. So maybe time works in the other direction. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Since you've already broken your own game world so many times. So this is not an important thing. Player's goal at this point is rescue Sidekick, which is I want to go back into the games. Also, they were just told that they'll basically die if they stay here. Player doesn't know how many other agents. If they did, maybe they'd want to rescue them. Also, this is how the architect can help you to send you to other games. But they don't know that that's happening. You ask the architect about the your world bit, since he's been sending you to new worlds. This is news to the architect, who thought they were returning you to your own world. It's why they it explains why it's been taking you varying amounts of time to get back to the real world. What does SIABT mean? It is stuck in a broken tutorial. And yeah, unfortunately, I just don't have. Let me alias that. There we go. Now that should work. Also engage viewers on your work-related conversations. Do you mean the mentoring stuff? Or do you mean like talking about past jobs? Don't do that, Silex. Yeah, I try to help where I can. And like I said, there are some points where I hit a level of discomfort or someone else's discomfort. So for example, my wife is not okay with me sharing certain things too. So I might be comfortable, but I want to respect her wishes. But then yeah, there's stuff I'm just naturally uncomfortable with sharing. Yeah. Okay, your world bit. This is news. The architect thought they were returning you to your own world. Also, it explains why it's been taking you varying amounts of time to get back to the real world. You go through another few before you go through another few games before meeting the architect again. You mentioned that all of the characters seem sort of hollow. The rare few who made it here only mocked him for his broken tutorials. He always struggled with tutorials. The people who mocked him never came back because they eventually turned into NPCs in some other world. Wouldn't only transport you. Yeah. So this is not needed anymore. But the architect doesn't know this. He just thought he was sending them back to their own game. So no, now we know this. Right. Do we need to write that down? Even though the architect originally thought he was sending them to their own worlds. Okay, I'm going to give Bacon a point for this. I've been trying to not give too many points for design input just because there's a lot of design input and I don't want to have to make decisions about what's point worthy or not, but this is pretty critical. So I'm going to give a point to that. Have you ever met your wife? No. Yeah, for the whatever it's been now, 10 and a half years I've been streaming, I think at most people have heard her voice from like the hallway at some point, but she's never been on stream. She doesn't want to be on stream. Have you ever met your wife? No. There's always been a curtain between us, even at our wedding. Just I've never seen her yet. All right, at this point in the story, this can kind of just be an idle observation with seemingly no connection yet, but eventually you'll find sidekick fading. You'll put it all together. Okay, so in another game world, you find sidekick again, only this time they're practically an NPC. You break them out of this world and bring them to the architect. Architect may need help diagnosing what's wrong since they haven't seen agents show up here more than once other than you. The real reason is that they were bored by the architect's games. Unfortunately, you two get sent to different worlds and are right back. May even ask how many games the architect made, to which they reply hundreds before you vanish into the next game. You go through another few games before finding another agent. This is their first world and they're having a blast with something unrelated to the tutorial. So this is very key to the theme here. This is critical to the theme of NPCs just being in the wrong games. You eventually report this to the architect. They connect the dots and realize it's all about fun. Wait, whatever happened to Sidekick, though? Oh, you haven't found them again yet. So yeah, at some point, you find Sidekick again. You bring them to the architect. And they... Yeah, and they have the... Okay, yeah. This is what'll tie this together. You bring in the architect once they have fixed the glitch with the teleporter. And since Sidekick still has some agency, they report on which game they'd like to go to. When you later encounter them, they're totally fine and having fun, proving that you need to... Oh, wait, but then couldn't you go there too with them? No, you could just go with them. You join them there and see them get better immediately, or almost immediately. They're just having fun. Yeah, love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's pretty technical. All right, thank you, Bacon. Yeah. Hey, yo. And hey, Amber. Any anecdotal data point that could be useful? Oh, could be useful, but is not more valuable than your peace of mind? Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's rare that data can harm somebody. It's like, I don't know, if you knew the number of times people lied to you in your life, that could be harmful for you. But yeah, most neutral data points could be helpful. I'm just kind of curious sometimes how they can be helpful. One of the things I talk about that's totally unrelated to game dev is a lot of people have like fitness trackers or sleep trackers. And one of my common questions, and this is again not a trick question or something, but like, how are those helping you? And sometimes people are tracking steps, like they want 10,000 steps daily, and they're at 9,000, and it makes them do another 1,000 more steps that day. That's great. That's exactly how that should be working. But sometimes people have these sleep trackers And they're like, oh, I got 7 hours of sleep instead of 8. And I'm like, okay, did you do something with that information? Every once in a while, they're like, yeah, I went to bed early. And sometimes they're just like, nope, just interesting to see the stats. And that's fine. I'm not trying to change people's behaviors, but I think it's kind of the same thing when it comes to like game sale metrics. Like, what are you doing with this information? If you found out I made $1 million versus 5 million versus $1,000, like, is it making you want to pursue game dev, not want to pursue game dev? Understand what amount of effort paid off? Because there are so many variables that it'd be hard to say that making a game in that way, spending that amount of time with the reputation that I have or that my company has, with those people that I worked with, there's just too many things going on there. There's also market timing. So like, will incremental games still do well 5 years from now? Maybe, maybe not. And again, none of this is to like to jump on Meatloaf. I don't even know if they're still here, and I am actually curious about their input about this, about how it's helping them. But yeah, at some point, if I feel like something's harmful to me, I don't want to continue with that. Created it this week. Reminds me to sleep more. Do sleep apnea. My partner's always had a 10 out of 10 score. She used it to brag. I mean, I can understand if you're like, oh, hey, I got bad sleep, so I shouldn't expect to be as mentally alert today, so I'll tackle easier work. It's like a lot of data can change your actions. And yeah, if it's causing you to improve or walk more, or run more, exercise, sleep more, any of those sorts of things. Help people find the energy to try to build habits that change those metrics. Yeah. And I think that's the best case scenario for a lot of these things. There's also, I always forgot the name of this, but a friend just told me about this yesterday. Goodhart's law. I always remember this as, if you make something into a metric, people will like fixate on that metric. But what was it? When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. And he told me about a crazy thing. His company said that they're ranking people based on AI spend. So if someone spends like $5,000 a month on AI, they get applause at their company meeting. But like the person only spent $1,000 a month does not get any recognition. Now, it's not like they're firing employees based on this or something, but this is just such an odd thing to me. Like, the measure is the spend, not the impact. I would totally understand if they're like, okay, well, did you improve the quality of our code base? Did you ship more features? Were customers happier? Did we get more revenue? But instead, it's literally just, is the outgoing cost high enough? They want to increase spend. They might. I'm not actually positive what the incentive is there. It might just be get your workforce familiar enough with AI and say that just by all means necessary, like, use more agents. This is how we're going to get you to do it. In which case, maybe that is their target and it's a desired target, and they'll change in a couple months once people are familiar to, okay, now have impact with it. It's likely because they can't judge quality, but they can judge spend. Yeah, and it could just be that. Yeah. How much my salary my company was spending on Claude this weekend at a party. Couldn't help but lie and play along to see how far down the delusion the person was. It's a very strange way to look at things anyway, because they're not going to take it out of your salary. Also, the spend is usually not so high. Like, even if it were $5,000 a month, that's $60,000 a year. And that's a crazy amount of spend on AI, I think. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, cool. So now it's clear at this point that you need to rescue NPCs. So you go through games and bring them with you. Some don't know how to say which game they'd want to be in, so it becomes trial and error. So at this point, I think there is kind of a question of like, what has the game become? I think it's just wrapping up. Yeah, I think this is sounding pretty good. Yeah. A friend of mine is talking about Jensen more and more lately. I think actually a lot of the tech world is. And I said, look, it's probably pretty reasonable for a CEO to be like, people need my product. They need to be using my product more. And in that case, it's an indirect thing of, well, AI uses my product, so I need people to use AI more so that they'll need more graphics cards. Kind of nuts. Okay, we filed everything here. This is a hilarious joke. I got to make sure this is there somewhere. In fact, anything where it sinks into water. Maybe I'll write this down as a joke idea. Yeah, okay. So that's been filed. Graphing on my weight, my calories. Hard to argue with the graph and convince yourself it's wrong. You know, part of the reason that works is because it's bringing awareness to something. Like, I bet if you had, I'm just going to say this, but it's not exactly what I think. But if you had a good enough memory to remember all the calories you're taking in a given day, it would work just as well as graphing it because you'd be paying attention to how many calories are in each thing I'm eating. And I think a lot of people are surprised by that at first. Like, what is the serving size for Fig Newtons or something, right? I think Gary Goldman did a whole joke routine on it. And yeah, those surprises lead to potentially changing your behaviors. They're sending me screenshots and I was replaying with stuff like, you've made breakthroughs tonight that people spend their whole careers connecting. Yeah, I'm a little torn on that sort of thing because I look at it as a tool, and I think any tool can be used incorrectly and cause harm. And it's no different from just the internet, right? Like, I don't know, look at flat earth believers. Just having a community of other people that is easily accessible can be harmful. And it's the tool in that case is really just the internet. Maybe you could say it's a website, but really just being able to connect with other people, I think, is the globally is the thing fueling that. Something I get from seeing your sales numbers is it helps me create a hypothesis that incremental games can have higher average players because players can make progress while not playing. Yeah, the sales numbers wouldn't be needed for that though, right? You could just go to SteamDB and type in, like, I don't know, cookie clicker and see how many people are playing at any given time. I don't think this is 100% accurate, but this is pretty accurate. And then your hypothesis, you can test it with other games. And like I said, you can approximate sales from review counts. Yeah, Appleseed, a new game. And hey, an Aria. Okay, where did I leave off? So Architect can pick where you go at first satisfied. So I did not talk about the whole backtracking thing because I guess backtracking isn't an issue. At which point, maybe, is it important that the glitch ever gets fixed? If the architect can't choose where you go due to a glitch, is it important that the glitch gets fixed? Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. What am I talking about? I wrote it down. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah, so they have to fix the glitch so that they can start assigning people to the games that they want to be in. Okay, we got to write that down then. Rules of the world. The architect thinks that they're picking which games players go to or characters go to, and always tries sending them back to their home worlds. However, a glitch is making them go to random worlds. It just so happens that no agents have worked their way out of two worlds yet. Some end up liking their new world and remain agents, which is part of the central theme, being in the wrong games. So rationale, if the architect could pick at first, then he would He'd have to pick a new one, right? Hang on. What's the problem with him being able to pick it first? I don't know if there is a problem with him being able to pick it first, but I'm pretty sure we talked about it in the last like 20 minutes and I've just forgotten. Average player count has a different correlation. I wasn't saying necessarily player count. I was saying that it's usually the review count that is the best indicator of sales. But I know what you're getting at regardless, which is that you'd be able to better correlate if you had more data. There's another reason why I don't think it's worthwhile to share the numbers. And I think it's the same reason why you see all the things happening on Steam that you see happening, like negative reviews and whatever else I'd kind of been complaining about, which is that gamers just generally come to their own conclusions for things. And I think if, let's say, the game made $500,000 and then the next game wasn't whatever up to snuff in their eyes, they'd be like, well, we collectively paid a ton of money and they didn't use it on the next game, or I don't know, something like that. It's like there's a lot of harm that could be put out there for doing something like this. And I've seen it happen enough, even just with the existing Skeleseller reviews and Steam discussions, where like a lot of nuance gets lost. So what's the problem with the architect picking it first? I guess it's that they could probably send everyone to a world that no one returns from. It would be clogged with NPCs. And sending the characters back to their own worlds makes sense to him because he designed the characters for those worlds. Yeah. The glitch needs to get fixed so that people can choose their own games. Yeah. I think we've answered those. What are the other questions that we have here? So this is not true. Saying the same games, then those characters would break the games in the same way. Okay, the idea of fixing games isn't important. Yeah, I need to write that over here. Who made these questions? I'm just writing them down as I come up with like what is a potential hole in the game. Is it an acronym? Yeah, it is. Stuck in a broken tutorial. Let me snooze the ad for now. Yeah, it's been snoozed for 5 minutes. What's on my clipboard right now? No, not that. What was I just about to do? Oh yeah, the idea of fixing games. Yeah. I had to write that somewhere. Did I write it anywhere else in here? It's not one of the main themes, I guess. This is also why you don't fix their games. You just find the correct the like the right pairings between NPCs, game characters, and games. It paints a picture of gamers as a whole, or it paints a picture of everyone having some game that they can enjoy, but getting stuck in ones that they don't find fun. I love so many things about this game. And yeah, the themes, I hope one of the goals is that I can make these themes resonate with people. I think that's going to take some skill that I have not exercised a lot of, but hopefully I can do it. Because that way it's more than just a game. There is like a little bit of a statement about gaming as a whole right now. And I don't want it to totally be lost, but I don't want to beat people over the head with it. I think it is like, I don't know, it's a really nice idea. All right. And then, yeah, the fixing the game jokes can all be put into the new game plus ideas. I have that written somewhere. Where is that? New game plus. Yeah. After you beat the game, you could start a new game plus. It's literally just the same experience, but this time the platformer has. You can start a new game plus. New game plus plus, etc. For each of these, it's the same experience, but this time the platformer has funny solutions to get over the chasm. There is a box of high jump boots, and you're forced to pick them up and now jump all the way across. The platform is longer. The chasm is solid ground. You magically float above the whole level. The world is inverted and the chasm on top so that you can't fall in. We should really push how many of these we can come up with. Yeah. Excuse me. Oh, good to know, Nario. What, do you actually get stuck in a simulated broken tutorial? Some Inception level thinking here. I don't think any of the games are going to be so hard that you truly get stuck. But that is a question that I have once we are done designing this. Which is, yeah, are any of the games too difficult? Like, is there a problem with that? Hmm. Okay, back to questions for a sec. So this is good. If the architect is still in making games, then presumably they'd see agents enter the real world. I did mention that it's rare, but hang on one sec. I'm glad you liked it, Appleseed. Perhaps the true rarity is that you left your world so quickly. Yeah, I'll tackle some of these as I get back. I guess we're not in the middle of a thought right now. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Close the game. Okay. The architect has still been making games and presumably while you're in your own worlds, then presumably they'd see agents into the real world. I did mention that it's rare, but perhaps the true rarity is that you left your world so quickly. Maybe the architect says here already. Hmm. Just teleporting into new games due to glitch. Has never seen the same character twice. Okay, I guess. Maybe it takes them a while to make a new game. Didn't I already talk about this? I think it's in Rules of the World. What prevents the architect from making progress on new games while you're in the game worlds? It's not super important though. You ever decide to cater to speedrunners? Maybe have the architect make comments based on their pace? You're way faster this time than last time. Man, one of the things I feel about speedrunners is that speedrunning comes from making a popular game, and you can't know you're making a popular game ahead of time. So that's why I don't really do much to cater to speedrunners, and I don't have a problem with eventually doing that. Like, I don't know if Skeleseller really like super caught on in the speedrunning community, and they're like, we want an option to turn on the timer for bone mode or have it be a countdown, or I don't know what, something like that. I'd be like, okay, that's worth considering. Because I have my own thoughts on speedruns and what makes for like good speedrunning versus bad speedrunning. And I have seen speedrunners do some ridiculous things that, in my mind, are mental gymnastics to justify why a speedrun should be the way that it is. It's like, let me put it this way. If a speedrun requires some like crazy external tool just to be able to compete, then it should be like flattened somehow. So either require the tool or give or delete the category or something. I don't know. The thing that I'm keeping in mind here is there was a Super Smash Bros. Melee speedrun for Break the Targets with Peach. And I don't remember the numbers on this, but it's something like there's like a 1 out of 256 chance to pull a certain item, and you need to get 3 of these. So it's just a ludicrous chance for you to do this naturally. So people wrote a tool that will let you like manipulate RNG through the game, but the tool's not connected to the game. It's just like it's like a spreadsheet almost. And yeah, you just had to keep doing this every single time you wanted to have one shot at the speed run. And it just felt like, why is this a category? And people were defending why it should remain a category. And I'm like, you can do whatever you want, I guess, but this does not make sense to me. So that sort of thing I'd want to be careful about. Like, is the game intended to be speed ran? Is it fun when you do it? Yeah. I guess I don't really have much of a point of what I was saying because in the end, yeah, I don't mind if people are doing this stuff anyway. I guess it was just weird of people to defend why that category is fine. It's like the skill was in making the tool, not in doing the speed run. Well, actually, sorry, the skill is in the setup for the run, and then I'm gonna just stop talking because I'm doing a poor job explaining this anyway. Like I said about Artemis 2, I do not know what that is, but I assume it's a real life space something or other. First crewed moon mission since 1972. Huh. I'm like, a lot of these sorts of things when people ask me about like, are you excited about this? For one, I didn't know about it, so I couldn't honestly say that my answer was yes up until now. But now that I know about it, it's like a distant sort of excitement. Like, I think it's cool that it's happening. I don't know what their stated goals are. Like, why do we need to send people to the moon? If I knew that, maybe I could get more on board with the excitement. But it's probably not something I'll like follow closely. It's a that's neat sort of excitement for me. Yeah, kind of how I feel too. Like, it's out of the ordinary. It's pretty cool. Maybe if I knew more, it might be even cooler. Hey, couch. Okay, what other questions do we have? How does the story work with backtracking and sending to random worlds? So there is backtracking needed so that you can go get the NPCs out of the old world. But we don't really need to play that out, do we? Hmm. They've just fixed the glitch with the teleporter. Nearly from which game they'd like to go to. You join them there and see them get better almost immediately. They're just having fun. You know, rescue NPCs. So you go through games and bring them with you. The architect can handle that. Actually, at this point, wouldn't there be enough other people who wouldn't mind joining you on this task? Hmm. I don't know. Oh, nice, Ember. Yeah. Aaron Shore? Wait, really? Wow, cool. Yeah. I haven't played it myself, but it seems like a pretty interesting game and it had good reviews. It's in early access right now, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how long. See, a lot of like the game looks interesting enough to me, but I wouldn't want to play a game that lasts for like 50 hours at this point. So I wonder how that part plays out. You mentioned 20 plus hours, so like presumably it's a pretty long game. Also, it's meant to mimic MMORPGs. Oh, wait, what are you talking about? This is the game I was talking about. Oh, there was another. No, 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 no. I don't know what you're talking about. Black Grimoire Cursebreaker. I never heard of this. I've never seen this game in my life. I think someone else might have been talking about it. I've never seen this. Solo RPG inspired by old school games like RuneScape. Explore a sprawling medieval fantasy world full of NPCs, dialogue, levels, skills, fight varied. Oh, that's a strange way to write that sentence. It it says full of NPCs with dialogue, and then level skills is a verb, and fight is a verb. So the explorer applies to this whole clause here. Anyway, interesting. Yeah. But anyway, Aaron Shore looked interesting to me. The game you linked might be interesting to me. It doesn't seem to have as unique of a premise. All right, so the question I have not been able to answer is once you can go wherever you want, what does the game turn into? Once the architect fixes the glitch, what does the game turn into? Do you say you'll go to any remaining worlds to find the NPCs? Maybe that's it. Yeah, it's just like the victory lap. I don't know if that's going to be interesting enough for people. Maybe you can choose to end the game there. Well, I shouldn't be drafting this here anyway, but that thing where the architect mentions hundreds of games probably should not be the case. Wait a second. Wait, this can't be the case, right? Right, the NPC break him out of this world, bringing the architect. Architect may need help diagnosing what's wrong. What? I don't think this makes sense anymore. Yeah, I kind of mess up the order of this. Fix the story order. You find sidekick like twice, but I don't think that should happen. Speedrunning with RNG is good if you can actually pick the seed. I think picking the seed helps for that. I think also it's a pretty minimal RNG and it's front loaded. Like Super Metroid has a boss fight in maybe roughly like the middle-ish of the game where that can, I don't know if there are new strategies or something now, but that could put like a big damper on that run. Because yeah, it's unfortunate when you can have like flawless execution and find out, oh well, two different things decided that this was not the run for me. I'm not a speedrunner. I've never experienced that myself, but it's frustrating even as a viewer. So I imagine it's frustrating for the speedrunners. So let's figure this out. Maybe it's just a victory lap or optional content. Maybe this is where we put difficult games. Yeah, maybe the more NPCs you save, the more you get toward being an architect yourself. And if you just stop prior to that, that you get a worse ending. I don't really mind either way. But let's fix the sidekick appearing twice thing. That's kind of a problem. Go through another game, find your way out. That's about your world. So you should find sidekick there, I think. I'll diagnose what's wrong since I've ever seen agents here. This isn't true. This also isn't true. So you mentioned that the character seems sort of hollow. Couldn't you discover that with sidekick? Break them out of this world, bring them to the architect. Yeah, so I think this should happen. You go through another few games before finding sidekick again. Only this time they're practically an NPC. You break them out of this world and bring them to the architect. So yeah, you get teleported into different games since the glitch hasn't been fixed yet. You go through another few games before meeting the architect again. You mentioned that you've seen other hollow characters. Maybe NPCs, maybe agents losing their agency. Architects explains that he designed all of them with personalities and maybe remarks that some use those personalities to complain about the games. The rare few who made it here only mocked him for his broken tutorials. He's always struggled with tutorials. People who mocked him never came back because they eventually turned into NPCs in some other world. And at this point in the story, okay, at this point in the story, you can now connect. Well, the real player can maybe connect that. Oh, hold on, it's so difficult. Go through another few games before finding sidekick. Only this time they're practically an NPC. You break them out. You bring them to the architect. The architect needs to diagnose them, but they can't stay there for too long. And you don't know that it was boredom. You end up finding other games. Yeah. Maybe I just delete this part for now. Let's just put that there. Okay, and then you go through another few before finding another agent. This is their first world and they're having a blast. Maybe this is their second world and they're having a blast. And it's why sidekick felt poisoned. Well, felt like a husk. Mission becomes to help the architect fix some of these games. That's not true. Yeah. Maybe there's talk of fixing games, but player says architect maybe talks about fixing games, but player says that the games are fine. We just need. Oh man, this ordering is not good. There's a way to get this to work, and I need to make sure that we're covering these like top level events, the high level events correctly. You find sidekick, they're practically NPC, you break them out of the world. They don't know what's wrong. You go through another few games. You say that you've seen other hollow characters, and they say, I designed their personalities and I put them into their games. But at this point, they know that they're being sent to random worlds. So some of them should be fine, right? You all connect the dots and realize about fun, and it's why Sidekick felt like a husk, and why that one agent was having fun in their second game. So at this point, your goal would probably be to save NPCs, right? And you'd probably try it in your next one. Yeah. At this point, you would probably try saving NPCs. You know enough now. Well, you have a theory about this. Maybe they don't want to come with you and you feel uncomfortable like taking them out of their worlds. What is it about him? Fixing games, they're fine. We just need to find suitable games for each character. Yeah, this is not needed anymore. And the victory lap thing that I talked about. Yeah, I already have that written down too. So I'm still not certain about this. I still think something's going wrong here. Let's just read through this again. You go through a few games, you find the architect, you eventually talk to them and say you're having fun. The architect likes that and then says, I can't keep you here though because you'll basically die, so I'll send you back to your world. But he doesn't send you back to your world. He doesn't know that. You go through another game, you find your way out. You ask the architect about the your world bit. This is news to the architect who thought they were returning you to your own world. So they say they'll look into the glitch, which they'll end up fixing later in the game. Now you go through another few games and you find Sidekick again, but this time they're not themselves, but you do recognize them. You break them out of this world and bring them to the architect. With what little agency they have, they join you in your jailbreak from this world. You bring them to the architect. The architect may need help diagnosing what's wrong. So has never seen agents show up here more than once. The real reason is that Sidekick was bored. You can teleport it in different games since the glitch hasn't been fixed yet. Vibe coded teleport. You go through another few games before meeting the architect again. You mentioned that you've seen other hollow characters. You would have seen them all up until this point, though. You probably don't need to go through other games to do this. I wonder if this is a problem. Yeah, maybe here. I'll write it down, but I like there being more content here. your time runs out and you get is running out and he has to teleport you mid explanation. So then you go through another few games and you find someone having fun. You report back to the architect, and that's what you find out is causing all of this. But you're about to leave the world again. Yeah, so this is kind of a problem. Like, also, what, Sidekick keeps ending up in games and he's nearly turning into NPCs? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay, how about that then? So you go back into the games. Wait, you haven't proven this though. Oh, no, you have. You've seen an agent who's had fun, which is why you think that you just need to find suitable games. So you go back into the games and try to get NPCs to join you, but they don't care. They don't have agency anyway. They, yeah, just keep repeating the same lines. At some point, you find Sidekick again. He's nearly an NPC. What, even again? For the second time? You bring them to the architect. They just fix the glitch. Since Sidekick still has some agency, they report on which game they like to go to. You join them there, and they start having fun. So it was already clear that you needed to rescue NPCs. So, like, how how are you doing that if they wouldn't join you the first time? So yeah, that's the first question. How do you get NPCs to join you in the real world if you couldn't do it the first time? So it could be like the architect gives you something to awaken them just enough to go along with you. Like maybe it's just their names. You say their name and they like come to life just enough to trust you. Like they've just forgotten their own identities. Hmm. Do you get a preferred genre pick at the start, which affects how you start the game? No. Like I said, I think anything that the player can steer means we have tons more work because they can pick routes that don't make sense or that change the story significantly or that seemingly have no impact, and then why even let them pick from the start anyway, especially if we're going to show them the whole game in the end. So yeah, I just don't see a reason to let them do that. So yeah, you get back to the games and try to get NPCs to join you, but they don't care. They don't have agency anyway. They just keep repeating the same lines. Then you find Sidekick. He's he's dying again. Bring him to the architect. They fix the glitch. Since Sidekick has agency, they report on which game they like to go to. You join them there and see them get better almost immediately. They're just having fun. So maybe at this point, you still want to rescue NPCs but don't know how. You go through games to try to get back to the architect. He says he's been thinking about it and gives you a list of their names and descriptions. Whoops. When you go through games this time around,
You use their names, which like snaps them back to reality enough for them to trust you. It's like they're waking out of a stupor. Mom spaghetti. Yeah, so you bring them to the architect. They know only enough to say roughly what kind of game they would like. The architect teleports them to games when applicable. Yeah. All right. As you progress, you're able to stay in the real world longer and longer. Okay, so this is all great. You just rescue more NPCs. So this is where we get to this question. I'm pretty happy with how this shook out. So once the architect fixes the glitch, what does the game turn into? So yeah, it's more like once you can rescue NPCs, what does the game turn into? Do you have to go to all remaining worlds? So I think our options are yes, force them to go to all remaining worlds. Option 2, allow the player to end the game now. Maybe there are different endings. And option 2B, add the difficult content now. Wow, it's kind of orthogonal to that. Yeah, so I guess the other question is if you, regardless of whether you have to go to the remaining worlds or not, should the final ones be more difficult? So I think if they're optional, they could be difficult. A lot of Mario games do this, where you go through the whole game, and if you got all of the coins or stars or whatever in a level, then you get some like secret levels at the end that are a lot harder. But they're optional. So if you can't do them or don't want to do them, then cool, you could just stop. So I kind of like option 2 here. Allow the player to end the game. And then at that point, yeah, I think that's what we do. So you now have two choices. End the game, in which case you get the bad ending where you actually, I don't know, where you like pick a game to rest in for your life, or continue through some more difficult games, in which case you get the good ending. Maybe after each game, we reward you with more like architect dialogue and show that you're able to stay in the real world for longer since you're becoming an architect yourself. You eventually become an architect alongside the architect. Maybe the ability to patch games from the real world. We even hinted the DLC below. Yeah, cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy on the end so far because, like I said, difficult games. Like, what other dialogue needs to happen with the architect? There might be some themes we want to still explore. Maybe we explore more of the themes of identity, what it means to have left those NPCs without agency, etc. Yeah. I'll see the news article about Stormgate servers, online servers shutting down. I found that to be such a normally unusual circumstance. That's the like the StarCraft game. Yeah. It's shutting down. There's probably gonna be some very angry people here, so I should be careful about showing any vulgarities here. Servers going offline at end of April. We have some unfortunate news. Okay, I'll copy paste this onto the screen. Our game server orchestra. Oh my god, hang on a second. Excuse me. Hathora has been purchased by an AI company and they're winding down their service at the end of April. This will create a planned outage for Stormgate's multiplayer modes. It'll be patched so that it can be played offline, but online modes will not be available at that point. We plan to restore. Oh, okay. It's not going to be permanent. Okay. I mean, that's not that bad. Huh. Hey, Shoe Strikers. And you got an emote? Oh, that's a cool emote. Yeah, that's pretty good. How do you get that? You just have to be in the live stream for. Oh, it's already done? Oh, no. Oh, wait, can I still get this thing? Watch to earn drops. Get rewards by watching. How long did you watch for? Watch for 1 hour? All right, I'll leave this open. How many people are watching? Where do I click this? Oh my God, chat's moving so fast. 52,000 people. This is crazy. Yeah, very cool. I mean, very cool as long as nothing goes wrong. Then it would very quickly not be cool. Yeah. Did you play that game, Athletics? Stormgate? Okay, what other questions haven't we answered? And I probably got to get lunch pretty soon. So this is done. Once the architect fixes a glitch, what does their game turn into? So we answered that. How do we work it out such that the real message is that NPCs need to be in games where they have fun? We've done it. We've done it already. Yeah. I don't think we need to answer any of these now. Does the story change at all with how you go into a random game every time, not your home world? Yeah, we already answered those. Aren't there some inaccessible worlds? The architect created hundreds of games that have agents who have now turned into NPCs, but you don't go to all of them. Maybe it's just hinted at. Maybe you do go to all of them. Yeah, I'll write this down over here. Where's Computer World? Where is Computer World? Oh, it's called Office World. I'm looking for the word computer. Here it is. Okay, so ideas. Note, none of these games should have NPCs since they're optional. Or if they have NPCs, you should be able to go back to this game to rescue them. Yeah, what happens if you don't? What happens if you don't rescue all of the NPCs? Like, nothing would force you to talk to them. Maybe you can choose the games and see how many remain. And there are 3 endings. I like this idea. Bad ending to a like good ending to a best ending. Hey, Soaps. What's that keyword? Yeah, it's a corny keyboard. Also, please do try to be careful. We have one unusual rule in this stream, which is no segmenting messages. But welcome in. Okay, so I think having inaccessible worlds is probably not a good idea. So anywhere here that we have this stuff at the bottom, I'll just say see below. Okay, so this is DLC. This is architect dialogue. Explore more of the themes of identity. We use Leto's agency. Talk about how there aren't that many more games remaining. The architect has plans for new ones, but will be careful to like match people better with the right games. Yeah, it's totally fine. I will probably remind you if there is any slip ups as well, because it tends to be a problem with a lot of people at first, and then yeah, some people don't like the rule and then leave, and some people sort of abide by it. Any plans for writing games? Just in the office world thing, but one of the things that's going to be more apparent as we start to make this is how hard is it to make any given game. And actually, I wanted to share this soon, but I don't know when it's going to start. But right now we're in the game design phase, and from here we're going to go to the prototyping phase. At some point, I think I want to do one entire day per week devoted to music because I'm going to need to make the music for all of these different games. So yeah, hey, must go Busto. What engine do I use? I'm going to be using Godot for this and C Sharp. And hey, Pressel. Yeah, so think I think we're gonna maybe pick like Friday or something and have Friday be a day for music most of the time, or maybe Thursday, something like that. I'm not sure. But yeah. What is happening right now? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'll write this down. Design, prototype, validation, development, and music production. Because we'll have a lot of games to make music for. Like probably minimally 10. Yeah, I don't want to get on people's nerves. Do you ever worry a tutorial actually breaks and the players just assume it's intended because of the title of the game? I will be watching people play. So I think this is a game that has a very high likelihood that people report bugs incorrectly. But if someone actually gets stuck or if the game crashes, and maybe that's what we have to tell playtesters, like here are things you should never expect. The game should never crash. Actually, that's probably it. It's the only thing we probably tell them. Because even for those who didn't hear, I was talking about even on the like player naming screen that if you play in English, that it would be set to Japanese, and then if you play in Japanese, it would be set to German. So at no point would it be the language you expect it to be. And then regardless of what you pick, it just types out the name player. And that's like the first kind of context setting of this will seem like it's broken. Is there an ETA? No. I was tempted to say June. It's not going to be by June. Yeah, this is going to take a while. And I'm really happy with how the idea is shaping up. I think if we're going to do justice to this, that one, the music has to be good. That's going to take a lot of time. And two, the individual games will take a lot of fine tuning. Like I basically need to learn how to make every kind of game. And I'll probably have some ideas, but there are probably some like tricks of the trade I'll need to learn for some of that stuff. Only needs 28-hour work days. Yeah. Okay. So where do we leave off with questions here? I think you would go through all the worlds. I think I did answer this down here, right? Plans for new ones. Will be careful to match people better with the right games. Also, these games take a long, long time to make. The architect can say that it takes him like 10 years per game. And that maybe time passes differently in the game worlds. And maybe he even says he's like 230 years old or something like that. The architect can talk about his origins. I think there's a lot of cool stuff we can explore here. I think that'll be fun. It's always 6 months until it's not. Well, we'll know at the 5.98 month mark that it's no longer going to happen, and we'll give people whatever that works out to be, tiny fraction of time to be like, well, it's not coming out tomorrow. We're in 1 hour. Okay, what other questions do we have? So this is answered. What happens if you don't rescue all the NPCs? Yeah, we should probably write that down too. You now have multiple endings. if you end the game now, I'll just say bad ending. If you end the game now, player picks a game where they want to be for the rest of their life. This is a selfish ending since it maximizes your happiness and saves no extra NPCs. Or like the decent ending, you rescue some but not all of the NPCs. You get an ending where the architect praises you and hopes to find someone else to take up the charge of saving the rest. Maybe he hints at a better ending because, or we could pull a looks into the camera joke. And then the good ending, you rescue everyone. You become the architect. We hinted the DLC, that's here. Okay, so if you choose to continue, the games get more difficult. The architect can even say as much about the difficulty to set expectations. After each game, we reward you with more architect dialogue. Like he allows you to go into games, or like you'd have a menu somewhere telling you which games contain NPCs and how many are unrescued. Yeah, cool. Hey, CHC Matt, you pay extra for Google Drive storage? No. Google Docs themselves do not take up a lot of space. I don't know if there's a way I can see this, but I could tell you how much like this particular document is taking. Let me find out. It is 465 kilobytes. So to give you a frame of reference, taking one photo or one video, well, like a video might be, yeah, many, many megabytes or gigabytes even, but a photo that I take is, where's the size? Oh, apparently a photo is 957.9. This picture I took of Abby yesterday. Well, I'll share the picture now, but I guess this was not while I was streaming. This was later. She took over my hand. I picked the racing game. Yeah, actually, that's kind of a funny thing. Maybe we let you pick. Maybe we even let you pick the game and have some funny dialogue based on which one you chose. Racing. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not going to try to come up with it now. I don't know if I answered your question, though. I do not pay for extra storage, no. What type of new game will it be? I've got the document covering it here. It's going to be a comedy, like story-driven single-player game. I did answer. Okay, yeah. 465K is bigger than what I guessed. I'm guessing there's a picture in here or multiple pictures because that's probably what's taking up the space. I know for sure there's a link to the past picture somewhere. Do I have any other pictures though? I don't know how you quickly find these. You probably have to export the document and then just take a look. There's one for sure. I don't know how big this picture is. Although we could copy it as markdown and find out. It is 103,000 characters. So this is probably like a quarter of the document on its own, if I had to guess. And then I don't think text itself is probably a ton, but there's a lot of like extra formatting here. Headers and bullet points. Yeah. Your wife? Is this, I probably didn't get the context of this. What is the context of that? There a high level overview of the current game idea. I think the player and architect relationship has changed a bit. Just trying to catch up. Yeah, I should put one there somewhere. Hey Nano, how many years have you been streaming? About 11 years. Only you had a handy tool, but it wouldn't tell me what the size is in the document. So it might save as a ping differently from how it's saved in base 64. Oh, Abby. Oh, no, that's my cat. This is Abby. I've never shared my wife's name on stream. I just say my wife. So yeah, how do I get people up to date on the story? FAQ. What is the story? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me see if I can write this down. Lisa's wife's name. Yeah, so Abby was meowing at me the other day. And you'll never know what I'm talking about. What's your day job? This is my day job. Okay, so I don't want to cover everything here, and at the time of writing, it's still changing. But here's a quick overview. Let's update the FAQ. Cool. Here's a quick overview. So the architect is bad at making games. You are a game character who has fun playing the games anyway. Game characters who do not have fun end up becoming NPCs, lifeless characters who have no agency. As you progress through the game, you meet another game character with agency who nearly becomes an NPC at two different points at different times. Each time you save that character and learn a bit more about the rules of the world. And toward the end, the goal is to rescue all NPCs and slot them into games where they'll have fun. The general theme is something I find quite beautiful, which is that the games themselves don't really have problems. It's just a matter of perspective. Yeah. Wondering where this will go. Please don't touch anything style or less meta. Where what will go? I'm not able to understand your message. Stay free technic. I'm sorry. I like the NPC directional. I love. Okay, so this is one of the things I think was actually a pretty big learning already with this new game, which is to write out the themes that I wanted to explore with this game. Because I had some general ideas, and I think this is like my tenet system, but for a game. In fact, I will write this down in terms of learnings. Add to notes or learnings. Explicitly writing out the themes I want to explore with the game has been great. It serves as a set of tenets, like my personal tenets, that I can use to ensure cohesion. I see that you're no longer using Obsidian. No, I'm using Obsidian. I'm just not maining it anymore. And actually, the big reason why is that I realize the sharing model of Obsidian is just too hard for me to manage for what I use Google Docs for. So as an example, I'm writing this design document. I wanted to share it with the game team. In order to do that, I clicked share and then I typed in uh, email addresses. And then that's it. That's it. It's done. If I want to revoke it, I do the opposite. I remove the email addresses. With Obsidian, for me to do the same thing, I need to publish selectively, which is possible, but it's not easy. So either you publish to an authenticated platform and then assign permissions, which as far as I know, there's no easy way to do that. Or I publish like private links somewhere. Like I have share.bot.land with all the public links that I have, but then like I could have a /private and put something there. But then what happens if I accidentally leak that on stream and I share a document that shouldn't be shared? So yeah, I think Google Docs just makes the most sense from that perspective. Now, the other thing that I think is worth considering is in both cases, it's just a set of text and images. I don't use the like database feature of Obsidian. I don't really use like links between documents too often, and probably tons of other features that I could use that I don't. So in both cases, it's like the programs meet my needs. There are some ways I'd want to improve it or make them slightly better, again, in both cases. But it's like, it works. I'm typing out whatever, like kilobytes or megabytes of text over the course of a game. So yeah, as long as it can do that, I think we're good. All right, I'm starting to get quite hungry. It is 12:30, so we should probably, this we've answered. I think the rest of this afternoon we'll tackle some combination of answering more questions. So afternoon, answer more questions and maybe plan more of the games. And I'll write this down for tomorrow. Remember, the next goal is the prototype. So there can be unanswered questions for now and unfleshed out games. When do you plan on releasing the soundtrack? Yeah, that's been on my to-do list now for a little while, and I'm only just starting to like break through some of that to-do list. The main barrier is getting video content to go with the soundtrack. And I could take the lazy way out and just record like 5 minutes of gameplay and just use that same video for all the different tracks. But I kind of want to do something a little bit more creative, and I just haven't gotten around to it. Maybe I should just take the lazy route. Maybe take the lazy route with the OST, the Skeleseller OST, and just record generic gameplay so that something is on screen. It could just be me playing for what, 15 minutes or something? I don't know how long the soundtrack is, but I think it's roughly 15 minutes. The Botland route of FL Studio. I asked people about that, and I think they'd rather have the game showing. Although I'm not sure. So ideally, I don't know if you saw this mock-up that I did a while ago, but in Skeleseller, there are the battle windows. I wanted to put FL Studio into a battle window. So here, instead of seeing a battle, you'd see FL Studio playing out the track. It's just, yeah, this stuff takes time, and I was so just like neck deep in Skeleseller work that now that I'm finally getting out of it, I'm like, oh man, there's a ton of other stuff I need to do. Things like my taxes, for example, which, I mean, I spent, I think 2.5 hours on it the other day. And I need to go back and finish some things up. So like that was more important than the soundtrack. Anyway, I plan on getting to it. And yeah, maybe I can tackle it tomorrow. I plan on only streaming for a half day tomorrow. So yeah, answer more questions, maybe plan more of the games. What else do we have here? Yeah, I think that's pretty good. But yeah, this has been fantastic so far. Like, what a good day this has been already. This is one of those days where I feel like if I did nothing in the afternoon, I'd still be happy. Continued on game design, answered many story questions, and yeah, it's much more cohesive now, especially around the central themes. It's coming back will make you feel even happier. I do plan to come back. I can't know how the afternoon's going to go. I hope it's a good time. But I think the only risk of anything like this is doing damage to the design by deciding something subpar. Like, let's say I answered one of these questions with like, yeah, the architect just can't do that. And I don't think of what the repercussions are. That will then seep into these other decisions and could be bad. But that's kind of the only risk. With games, it's much less of a problem. So if today we're going poorly, I would pivot to just the game design, because let's say this game that we're working on is bad. You just delete it all. It doesn't matter. Excited to see how it plays out. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Haven't been able to watch. Well, I'm going to take my lunch break now. I'll be back in probably not exactly an hour, maybe like, let's say about 45 minutes. I'm always pretty approximate about the afternoon times though. But yeah, I'll be back in maybe 45 to 60 minutes, and then we'll just pick up where we left off. So thank you all for watching. If you have not seen the video in the today command, it is a special April Fool's video that I made, which is how to make a successful game in current year. Do check that out. I spent a lot of time on it. I think it's pretty funny. So I'll put it in YouTube chat as well. Nope, wait, I can't copy it. There we go. Okie dokes, that's all for me. Catch you all later. Take care. Goodbye.